What up, fools? We got a little bit more to get into with the cat prime stuff. Not too much, not too big of a deal, but there's a little bit there. There's I think like right now there were a lot of people who played a big part in making Prime look guilty after the fact. Even though like all of the information was given, there were lots of us screaming and yelling, saying like, yo, they're not saying anything. They haven't actually accused him of anything. There's nothing there to say that like he did something wrong. All they showed proof of was the fact that like Prime didn't know that she didn't want him saying these things. That's all they showed proof of. So so now people are trying to have conversations with people who were in the wrong, who had like gone out and started saying things that weren't true, that didn't have evidence for, and like the feminazi panel. There are some people who need to make some apologies from the stuff that was said there. Destiny said, started spreading some conspiracy theories that like he hasn't admitted to publicly, at least, not that I know of, but so right now that's what people are worried about. That's what people are looking for, is the people who added these things to acknowledge that they were wrong, because it's not just that Dylan came out with information and said, yo, Prime sexually harassed her, because then he went on to say, and I have evidence of this, and here's all of the evidence. But then he didn't give any evidence of it. There was nothing there. Yet a bunch of people still took that anyways and ran with it and said, oh, Prime did horrible things. Prime should be canceled. Prime shouldn't be able to run panels anymore. We need to start creating new panels to where he's not involved. And like, it was all just very gross. And so that is the reason, like, there are still just, we've cleared up the main parts, but the loose ends have still not been cleared up. And so I think that that's mainly what people are worried about now. That's what people are going to be talking about. And that's what we're going to be going over today. I do have drones, though. I've got a lot of them.
For his family, I guess, because he adopts a bunch of porn stars or whatever. That's where I'm going to be. And you're going to be in your shit-ass little fucking rinky-dink meth lab Midwest fucking home crying because your third family member died of the coronavirus. Okay? Fuck you, dude. God, it's so stupid. Holy shit. I can't believe...
Join a voice channel room and I'll drag you in.
...believe that it's 2021 and I have to fucking argue about vaccines. It's the dumbest fuck... It's so fucking stupid. It's the dumbest fucking thing in the universe. Maybe he'll let us go swim in his fucking pool that is reserved for his family, I guess, because he...
Yeah, I mean, that's the interesting part. There's no way to confirm or deny that, but, you know, it is what it is. Hello.
Hey.
Yeah. So... I wanted to address a couple of things with you, okay? Because I was sent some clips of you talking about me as well as other people in regards to the Prime and Dylan situation yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I want to say that, you know, sometimes I read stuff out loud from my chat. I don't think I had an opinion on you that much. I said I don't know much about you.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. And you stream very early, so I never catch your streams.
Okay, so it's very clear then that...
Are you guys able to hear them okay? Is that coming through?
Like, your audience has a very specific opinion about me, as well as, like, your content drove a very specific opinion about me. And so, or as well as the other people in this situation. So I just want to talk to you pretty much point blank, because I genuinely think that you have a pretty weird interpretation on this whole situation that I very much don't approve of. What do you think your opinion is, to the best of your ability, on this Prime allegation situation and the people defending Prime?
It's God.
You can start with the people. You can start with the people defending him if you'd like.
I'm fine with people defending him. I'm really uncomfortable with how things. Some people turned the narrative around to make Kat look like a really bad person. And I don't think you did that. I think other people did that, but I don't think you did that. I didn't really watch.
Well, if you didn't watch my content, how do you know whether or not I did that?
I don't know if I said anything about you doing that.
Right. So you just said I don't. I don't know. I don't know. I just think it's weird to say that you don't think I do that without even knowing what I do. But that's just, I don't know. That's my perspective on it. But if what you're saying is that you don't like the spin that people put on it, can you describe the spin that you're talking about for me, please?
For example, I was watching Eris's stream on it. Even when like this stuff was happening, Eris, I believe, and Doobie said, like, implied that Kat would retaliate and dox people and is like a such a bad person that she would do something like that.
You think that was inappropriate?
Yeah.
Do you think it was inappropriate? Do you think it was inappropriate when Dylan and Kat did that?
Yes.
Okay. So can I state pretty specifically that I don't really know why you didn't describe that in the moment as well, when there was people in your chat room shitting on other people for that?
Yeah, I'm gonna admit that I'm pretty bad at pushing.
You know that fresh made-to-order salad you've been craving? What if you could get it with fire-roasted corn, crispy tortilla strips, and Southwest ranch dressing? That's what we call the
back on my chat. I mean, I don't have a ton of viewers, but I'm bad at that. I will admit that. Okay. I'm not used to people just shitting on people in the moment, and when I look back at those clips, I can see how my chat looks super terrible. Like, yeah. I don't watch back my stuff, and my friend watched, like, Eris watch me, and like my chat was just completely horrible, and I see that now.
Okay, so I want to know then, like, who else do you think is bad actors here? Because I went over a bit of your stream, and I just want to see what you're going to break bread with here.
Bad actors. I know my chat believes, like, people like Supreme were bad faith, but I don't think so. I think people were just trying to figure out what really happened in that situation. I would say the people I most have a problem with were Eris and Doobie.
Why is that? Just because of that one thing that Eris did, or is there something else that Eris did?
Eris continually gives, like, perspectives and takes on, like, narcissistic personality disorder on her streams that aren't very accurate, I would say.
Like what?
I believe I haven't gone. I want to go through her VODs, like, by myself, not on stream, but I've been told that she says things like, oh, people with narcissistic personality disorder shouldn't date.
I'm sorry, she said that. What? They what?
People with narcissistic personality disorder shouldn't date other people.
I see. Okay. And just for the sake of my knowledge, what do you think the I want to know, what do you think the or what are your qualifications, if you have any, to be able to speak on it as well, or is it just you're going to try and give your take on it?
Qualifications on
Understanding what a narcissistic personality disorder is.
I mean, I think Eris straight up says that she doesn't know these things. So to me, it's like, why are you saying these things if you don't know? If you don't.
Okay, at least according to people in my chat, she said that you should never date people with NPD, not that NPD people cannot date other people.
Okay.
And nonetheless, okay, so I mean, if there's no qualifications, I was just wondering. Okay, so if your perspective is that Eris is, not spreading good information and what have you, can I ask you, why don't you just talk to Eris?
Bottom left is irrelevant. He's one of the people who's actually like really good at breaking this stuff down, talking to people, bringing them on. Like, I don't want to say interviewing them, because it is a lot more like an interrogation when he has those people on. Like, he's pretty. Everyone else bans you. Yeah, it's weird.
I added her on Discord yesterday, actually, and I plan to leave her a message. I'm just waiting for the ad back.
Okay.
I was under the assumption that I'm like, I don't know, I'm like a.
I forget who he's talking to. I don't want to guess. I can't remember her name. I want to say it's like Seren. I'm guessing. I want to say it's like Seren, I believe, or Seren Kitty, or something like that. But yeah, his stuff, like, he's a lot more aggressive with his like questioning than most people, so his style is a lot different than like mine, where like I'll bring people on and I just want them to like give the information and allow the like people watching to kind of make up their own minds. But he's like, yeah, he's a lot more aggressive in the way that he does things, a lot more blunt. But I enjoy the way that he does this stuff anyways, so.
10 viewer Andy right now, so I was just like, I don't know if anyone would fucking talk to me, I guess.
I'm sure there are plenty of people that'd be willing to talk to you just like me.
Yeah, I see that. Thanks for talking to me, I guess.
Sure.
I'm sorry my chat said some shit about you.
I don't know. I find this to be rather interesting. I'm going to go over a bit of your stream. I'm just going to let you know that. I find it rather interesting that your chat seems to say incredibly antagonistic things, and then what you're trying to sell me is that you don't play into it at all. I think that'd be very, very interesting if that was actually the reality. So I'm just trying to hear from you, point blank, if you are playing into that at all. So yeah, we'll take a look at it, because yeah, I find that pretty hard to believe. It's possible. It's possible you just have a really fucking toxic community, but you know, it'd be rather interesting, because like what I saw was you playing into it, you know, talking about, you know, you don't know much about me, but you think I'm an orbiter, when people are like talking about how I'm not making real opinions, when you were talking about people that were giving pushback against Dylan, that they were all being really weird and shit like that. So I want to get from you, what do you think the takeaway from this situation is? What's your conclusion?
Like, in general, or
yeah. What do you think is the general lesson learned story?
Well, Zonia also jumps into this call eventually as well, and I believe she cleans this up too.
Told. I want to hear it.
Wait, what's happening in Aiko's chat?
Now, to be clear, the only reason I asked her for proof of this was because she tweeted.
I'm gonna watch both of them if they're different. If they're different.
Like, okay, bitch, show me, motherfucker. So after she said that, I said, I don't need documentation or anything extensive. You just spent 10 minutes writing this message. I just want to see a screenshot of the timestamp of Twitter.
What do you mean she's cleaning it up? She just jumped into the chat. She didn't delete any messages. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. She's cleaning it up. I talked to Zonia before doing this.
I would say the whole thing shouldn't have been streamed. I think Dylan was right in apologizing for those things. Man. Dylan was right for apologizing for those things.
Do you think, good?
I don't think Prime.
Are you guys able to hear them okay? Like, it says that the volume levels on this side are really low, but I don't think I can turn it up any louder.
Prime should have been canceled at all. Like, I don't know why I got grouped into thinking that Prime should have gotten, taken, like, his whole platform taken away. Like, I don't believe that. I think he deserved fairness. He deserved to be defended.
So
just like everyone else.
Right. So you stated previously, right, that you believe that it was really weird that people were speculating about Katarana's motives. Am I wrong in that? Right. So is it wrong to do that after somebody was caught lying several times? Are you still there?
I don't like the speculation about her motives, and I don't know if it's because I really like Katarana.
Hey yo.
We're friends. No, we're not really friends. Like, I've talked to her, you know.
Give me 2 seconds. Everybody's coming to the party, have a real good time. Alright.
And just seeing people state that she would retaliate against someone, that she would dox people, that she would do any of those things for coming out against her. It's just I don't like that.
I don't like any of that either, but primarily when I'm talking about motives, what I'm asking is things like, why did she come forward in the first place? Because you heard when she said things like, I never believed that he had any intent to do so, and her changing of the story about several of the other things that she put inside of the Twitlonger. This is really weird to come out to the public, green light a Twitlonger, green light the title of the Twitlonger, green light the stream, and say, yes, I want to go public on a stream in which you believe that the person, or you do not even believe that the person was informed of whether or not they even did it wrong in the first place. Essentially just saying, yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if they know what they did was wrong, but let's just throw this out. Do you think Katarana was wrong for doing that?
Or coming out because wait.
Coming
I'm
out.
sorry.
So I'm not sure how much you kept up with the information provided, but
Yeah, I
Katarana.
watched the Destiny's whole video on it. So yeah, I know like what they came to the conclusion that Katarana didn't 100% believe that Prime was approached.
Just to be clear, they didn't come to this conclusion. Katarana said this
in Wicked Sanso stream.
Yes. I mean, it was in the video. She said it herself, and nobody. Those are her words, and they asked her for like 3.5 minutes for clarification because none of them believed that she would say that. Everybody was running with the assumption that she knew, or that she assumed that Prime did that shit. So do you not think that that's like worthy of speculation? Why would you come forward about this if that shit happened?
If you didn't 100%.
Have you ever felt most home?
Believe that.
No, if you just even didn't, if you even weren't running with the assumption, because the question wasn't whether or not she had perfect information. The question was whether or not she believed, to her knowledge, she believed that Prime was informed on the situation, and she said no.
Well, I think she could still want to come out with that information, even if she didn't know those things.
Do we think it's a good idea to come forward with a statement about
that?
Yeah.
I don't. It's not the best idea, no.
Okay, so that was my question. All right, not whether or not she could do whatever the fuck she wants to do. We're talking about whether or not what she ought to do. And I think there's a lot of people that agree with that idea, that level of weird moving is worthy of some kind of speculation. Why the fuck would you come forward if you're a reasonable actor in that circumstance? There could be some extra shit that we don't know. Maybe there isn't. Maybe she just thought that would be enough. She didn't know what like amount of evidence was required for a claim like this. Who knows, right? So when go ahead.
I believe that not everything. I believe that things that she said about things that happened in the call happened, and those calls happened because Prime even admitted that they did. I think did he? I'm pretty sure he
Prime
did.
admitted what did I have no idea what specifically he admitted to and specifically he did not. I'm assuming that there will get an overall shit. There were some things he admitted to, and to my knowledge there were some things he did not. I'm pretty sure he did not say every single last thing that every single last thing that Dylan said happened on call happened. So no. There are specific things that he said happened and specific things he said did not.
So I guess I want to believe that she truly, truly believed that she came forward with good intentions, that she was doing something good. And I know like the messages from her Discord came out later, like her saying, well, Prime didn't get his platform taken away, but I think those messages came out when she was in a really bad place. She was completely angry. I think those happened.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I literally saw it live. I don't disagree with you. She was probably just really angry, and that's probably the end of it. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. And people have been taking those messages and like proving like, well, she must have had the worst intentions because she said
Can you
it right
tell me?
here.
Can you tell me which Twitch streamer is saying this?
I got that impression from Destiny's video about
Really?
those messages. Yeah.
Is it because it like zoomed in on it once?
I mean, I feel like there's a whole focus on those messages.
There's a focus on those messages because she doubled down. That was the reason why it was in the video. It's because because everybody agrees with you, it came out after the initial situation dropped, and there was a bunch of information dropped, an info drop that a lot of people looked at and was like, yeah, this ain't it. And then she doubled down. That was the point of looking at it again, is she doubled down on her claim that seemed to be crumbling, and then later seemed to backpedal on several of the claims that she had made publicly. That was the reason why it was relevant.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. So I'm not trying to I'm not trying to change anything that's already come out. Like when I streamed about the video, Destiny's video, when I watched it, I don't know. I don't.
So my biggest problem is...
I didn't think that this would happen. I'm just saying, like, and I'm not saying, like, I don't deserve the clap back. I just didn't, I didn't think I would receive, like, what's the word?
Criticism?
Not criticism.
So, in case you missed it, this all started with her doing a stream where she's talking about how AhRelevant, Wicked Supreme, and Destiny, she like alluded to how they weren't being responsible, or like they were prime defenders, or that they were like attacking Katarana, something like that. And so, and AhRelevant was one of those people that she named. And so, and then when you look at her chat's going off about how they're all bad faith, and like, you know, they're not being honest. And so that's kind of how all of this started, is he's trying to figure out why these claims were being made. And it's one after another, like people being irresponsible with the claims that they're making. And like, you would think that most people after the first situation would have learned, like, oh man, Katarana and Dylan were horribly irresponsible with this information, and now they all turn around and are irresponsible with the information that they're putting out as well. And so it's all of this is kind of getting worse and worse.
Okay, that's fine. I think a lot of people probably feel that way. Anyway, so I just want, the reason why I'm bringing you in here at all is because I believe that, one, the comments made about me in your chat room was kind of weird. Like letting that shit slide and stuff was weird. I'll take it on face value that because you're you say yourself a small streamer, that you feel uncomfortable calling out some of the people in your audience because those are some of your more dedicated followers. I can understand and relate with how that could be. So that might be something that you do. Also, maybe you're just uninformed, like you said, of who the fuck I am. So you're just gonna like let it slide because you don't want to ask for evidence every time somebody makes a claim about me, somebody you don't know. So I'll let all that slide. I don't really care that much. What I cared more about is your claims about the people defending Prime and the people siding with Destiny's argument, calling them like orbiters or implying that they're not of good faith. I never liked this.
Yeah, I see.
Right. So I never liked this argument when Destiny levied it against Dylan, because I think we could argue on the merits, and I sure as fuck don't like it the other way around. And the specific reason why I don't like it the other way around, I don't know how you can sit with your back straight and criticize anybody who might be perceived as a Destiny orbiter when literally the person defending Kat is somebody who's like probably sleeping with him. Like the conflict of interest between me and Destiny, or and Eris and Destiny, or Doobie and Destiny is not even close to Dylan and Kat. So I have no idea why you're throwing this back at us. It's a losing battle. You're fighting not uphill, you're fighting fucking vertical, and you have no climbing equipment. So I don't know why you would ever do this. So I just don't know why we started this kind of a back and forth. I think that if you're going to make criticisms of people in this narrative and make arguments that they're biased, I would highly recommend you do this on grounds where in which they are actually wrong on. So, that's my perspective. Sure. Is there anything more that you wanted to say to me?
I would say thanks. I think I learned something from this. I'm not trying to. I do think that some people are biased, that they're trying to sell a narrative. Um, I think they're biased that they're and that they're trying to sell a narrative. I guess like
What narrative do you think people are trying to sell?
um that Cat is like this big manipulator. I don't
Sure.
think you're doing that specifically.
Sure, I could break bread with that being a narrative that's being sold without enough evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, do you agree or disagree though that it is justified at this moment to wonder, or maybe not speculate publicly or what have you, but to wonder and be curious about Kat's motivations given the amount of inconsistency that came from her side of the argument?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like you should speculate about those things in private. I mean, it's just publicly saying stuff like she would dox people is just
More specifically, Eris was saying that she might dox people, which is objectively something that you have to be concerned with. This was in reference to Hans, which I think she was objectively based on, because Hans may or may not be able to. I'm not going to speculate on the nature of evidence that Hans has. I'm going to try my best to recall the content of that conversation. Hans might have more information on the situation that he feels uncomfortable coming forward with, on the basis that if he were to come forward with it, if Kat was to dox, which I could even grant that this could be dramatically out of character for Kat, but still possible for Kat, if this were to happen, Hans would feel like his life would be effectively like in danger or to some degree threatened.
Of course, but it's like I don't agree with selling that to your audience, like making her implying that she would do something that bad.
Hold on.
Have you seen that? I
Good.
mean, you've seen that stream, right? At
Yes.
the very end, like Eris talks about having like responsibility with your platform, and then at the very end she's like,
I said the same thing. I thought it was odd that Eris was willing to say those things, and I thought it was a little irresponsible, especially about like whether or not Katarana would go and dox people. That was a little odd to me, but the I'm sorry, give me just a second. Okay. More Twitch drama. Do you stream anything else? Yeah. We went, I think, all day without streaming Twitch drama. I think we've talked about this. This is the third thing that I've done on this out of, what, like 10 streams since this came out? So yeah, 7 out of 10. Sounds like a minority. But yeah, for Eris to start speculating on whether or not Katarana would go and harass would go and harass people because she knows their personal information. I thought that was weird. And it's something that hopefully like she'll take back if she hasn't done it already. I have faith in Eris to like come out on the right side of this. Bro, does Destiny yell at Zonia in this? No. We're gonna watch Relly smack down the cat sims today. I don't know. You got people acting like I'm a cat simp as well. Like on Twitter, I posted this a couple days ago.
Like Prime's panels are like the what would you call it? Like this is Hard Knocks, right? Like this is criticize, okay. This is like the original stomping grounds. Like this is where you start. This is where you cut your teeth. Like everybody knows this, and you talk to all of the biggest streamers who are on panels today or who are big debaters, they all started on Prime panels. They all did. And so somebody like Kat, who wants to be in this debate sphere and wants to compete and wants to move up, she has to go through this. And lots of people will look at what she says, where she says, like, yes, I wanted to be able to debate and I wanted to be able to gain viewers and gain a community. And so it was hard for me to say no to him. And so lots of people will hear that and say, oh, okay, so she's willing to trade clout for sexual harassment. And if that's the way you want to put it, like logically, sure, that is true. But the question is, should she have to do that in order to become a creator within Twitch politics?
So yeah, that's the more Twitch drama. Oh wait, you're part of the Cry Bully group, Tom. Time to disavow. What are you talking about? Hey, Allison.
Hello.
Is it Allison or Allie?
Either is fine. Also, does this like noise setup work okay? I've got AirPods in because I'm like walking around my house. Can you hear me clearly enough?
Yeah, it sounds fine to me. Anybody in chat? Is it? You guys hear her okay? Whatever. All right. I don't normally stream during these times, so I don't know that anybody's actually
I also
watching.
don't stream during any times, so.
Oh, okay. So you were saying that here, I need to look this up actually. So you're saying that sexual harassment is a federal
Sexual harassment of an employee by a boss for months, which is what they claimed happened, is a violation of federal law.
Well, she was only working for him for like a month though. Most
exactly.
Of her claims...
claims are entirely unsubstantiated, but that is what they claimed. They claimed that he sexually harassed his staff. She said she was sexually harassed for months. So, like, I mean, yeah, I agree. She was not sexually harassed as an employee for months, but, like, I think it's fair to hold them accountable to that claim because it's how they put it out.
From what I understood, is she was... Because she even talked about how she wasn't working for him at first when this all started, and then she eventually started working for him, and then eventually left. But most of the sexual harassment took place before she actually started working for him. And so that would be like a social issue, right?
Yeah, sorry if you hear noises. I'm feeding a dog right now. I mean... I don't know. I guess it's hard for me to like, whenever you say sexual harassment and you're talking about your boss, like I immediately am just like, oh, like you've invoked the law. Like I want to hold you accountable to like the legal definition, which is maybe like unfair of me. And maybe that's like too high of a bar, but I feel like the way they came out with it, like it's only fair to be like, okay, well, like, let's look at the EEOC. Like, what do they have to say about this? And like, if you do, you quickly realize like, oh, like, that is not what happened. You know what I mean? Like by any stretch of the imagination. Like, I don't know. And I mean, I do concede that like if you look up like just like layman's dictionary, like what is sexual harassment, it's going to say something along the lines of like unwanted sexual advancements, which is like fair. But by that definition, like literally if a guy comes up to me and says, hey, you're pretty, and I am like not vibing with it, like am I a victim of sexual harassment? Like maybe socially, technically, yes, by that definition. But I'm just like, is that even a useful definition then? Like, I don't know.
Well, which I think that's why people are specific to say that she felt sexually harassed, not to, because lots of times people want to put like intent into sexual harassment, right? Like he may not have thought I want to sexually harass you, but I know that you, or I may not care whether or not you like this, and I'm doing it anyways. And so that would be like intent into sexual harassment. But if I think colloquially, most people think of sexual harassment as somebody who is like being more aggressive than you're comfortable with. And I think that that's like and I don't think that most people only use it when they're talking about their work. And so, like, I think that somebody on the streets could be sexually harassed by some random dude walking by. And I know that because of the negative connotations that come with the word sexual harassment, that it's like, it's almost, it puts a negative label on the person who is sexually harassing the other person, right? So if we say, yes, Prime even admits that he sexually harassed her, but like he's not he didn't do anything wrong in this scenario. I think for lots of people those two statements would contradict each other. So
I mean, for me, like I would say that like sexual harassment is inherently wrong. And I also will say that you don't have to be intentionally sexually harassing someone to be sexually harassing them. Like you can absolutely sexually harass people without intent. But I do think that it's like, even if the person isn't acting maliciously, like I think it's still wrong. And I don't know, like, okay, when you say Prime admits that he sexually harassed her, like what is the definition literally an unwanted sexual advancement is sexual harassment?
So the definition that I have pulled up right now is behavior characterized by the making of unwelcome and inappropriate sexual remarks or physical advances in a workplace or other professional or social situations.
Unwelcome or inappropriate.
Right. And so I would say that, like, regardless of whether or not Prime recognized it, his comments were inappropriate, and that, like, she did eventually work for him and he did still make those advancements. I just think that in his head there was already a built up relationship there, right? Like, if I invite my girlfriend to come work for me and then I kiss her, that's not, I wouldn't think of that as sexual harassment at the workplace, because we already have a relationship built before she started working for me. So I think in his mind, that is the way it was.
Sexual harassment, because I could very easily argue that that's highly inappropriate of you to kiss your girlfriend, regardless of whether or not she consents and whether or not you intend to. It is so inappropriate to be kissing someone in the workplace, and you have sexually harassed people, because actually the person who has suffered from sexual harassment doesn't need to be the person who the advancements were made upon. Literally, legally, a person could claim sexual harassment, like, by that. If we're stretching that definition as far as it goes, like, that example could be used as an instance of sexual harassment, which I think is ridiculous. Like, that's why, and I think sexual harassment is a very, very real problem that needs to be taken seriously. But that's why I'm like, oh, like, we got to get a little, like, I mean, people will call you a gatekeeper, but, like, you do have to put a gate up at some point. Like, we got to get real. Like, what is actually bad? What's actually not that big of a deal? Like,
sure. Well, and this is why most people, like, push for uber amounts of consent to be asked. Like, normally when you're flirting with somebody and they flirt back, like, this is you at least feeling out consent in those situations. Excuse me. And there are small parts where you can see that from Katarana, but that's long into their relationship. Whereas, like, early on, that's what I would have been looking for. It's like, yo, before you ever made these advances on her, was there any sort of reciprocation from her that you could see, like, signs of? So, like, when she sends a bunch of kissy face emotes, even though she says she was sending those to say that her mouth was swollen, I would have read those as he did, as kissy face emotes, right? And so he starts talking about how bad he wants to kiss her. But before that, he had already been making these advances on her before those kissy face emotes, and I don't see any evidence of any point where she actually reciprocates at all.
I mean, at that point, like, is the girl just obligated to always hit on the guy first then? Like, can you not, if a girl has never hit on you and you want to, like, make a move, are you sexually harassing because you've never gotten any reciprocation?
So I think if I come up and say, hey, I think you're pretty, I wouldn't say that that's sexual in nature. But if I say you got a dump truck on you, I would say that that is sexual in nature. So I think that there's a difference. And when it comes to sexual harassment in the workplace, this is why I was curious about the federal law, because I work for a corporation and I work with HR, and we have, like, very stringent guidelines on what sexual harassment is, or what does or doesn't qualify as sexual harassment. And so for there to be a federal law, even though we're the ones deciding what is or isn't sexual harassment, that seems odd to me. But outside of the workplace, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was about to ask, because, like, inside the workplace, yeah, I'll say any guy going up to, like, his coworker that has never given him, like, any indication of romantic interest whatsoever, if he just tells her that she's got, like, a dump truck ass, like, okay, yeah, we got a problem. But, like, what if two people are at a bar, like, you're at a bar, people are drunk, having fun, like, it's kind of like a wild scene, and a guy goes up to a girl and he, like, basically says nice ass, or, like, something along the lines of that, and, like, you haven't seen her response yet, you don't know if she's into it, you don't know if she's not into it, you literally know nothing other than, like, he has said that to her. Has he committed sexual harassment?
Yeah, I don't know. So, like, this was a big issue with the Kurt situation, where I fought with Aiko a lot over it because she kept saying Kurt sexually harassed what's her name, the kitty girl.
I don't know anything. I know that because I've heard the Kurt stuff mentioned in the context of the Prime stuff, but I literally know nothing about that whatsoever. Okay. I don't know who the person is. Like, I don't know anything.
So there were 3 or 4 different people who came out with different stories, but one of them, they kept mentioning saying he sexually harassed her, and I kept saying, well, she already said she doesn't consider it sexual harassment. So how are you going to keep saying that it's sexual harassment if she says it wasn't, right? Like if it didn't make her feel uncomfortable, if she says that it wasn't sexual harassment, then how are you going to put that on her? I would say that first and foremost, whether or not she felt it was inappropriate or unwanted matters more than what anybody else thinks.
Yes, I would say it matters more than what anybody else thinks, but it's not like the one like necessary sufficient thing, because by that sorry, I've got like law school brain disease, so I'm like always construing hypos. Like by that definition, you could have a guy who's got like this like, you know, like bright-eyed, bushy-tailed 19-year-old girl, like doesn't know anybody, and he's like obviously sexually harassing her constantly, and she's like, it's not sexual harassment, I'm very comfortable, I feel very comfortable. Like, and she's swearing up and down that it's not sex, and everybody who's looking at it is like, this is clearly what's going on. You know what I mean? So like, whether or not like they sign off on it or don't sign off on it, like is like primary and most important. But I do think there still has to be like some objective, like conduct line where it's like, okay. And I'm not saying that you can draw the line or that you should have to be able to draw the line to like have an opinion on this kind of stuff. In the workplace, yes. The line's a lot easier. But I mean, I don't even know, like, this is like a weird, like, I like for a lot of the, because, okay, she claimed it was sexual harassment in the workplace, in my opinion. So I've been like, I'm like, okay, we'll ignore the fact that she's not really an employee. We'll ignore the fact that this isn't really a workplace. Like, we'll just grant it to her. But then it's like, okay, so if we're going to like see that it's not a workplace and like, this is not, so we're applying social standards and like people like interacting socially. Like, okay, like where is because I mean, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like the dump truck ass comment, like there are social situations in which that's clearly uncomfortable or clearly unwarranted, but then there are times where it's like a lot more gray. But I mean, then she didn't even say that in the first place. Like, because if she had come out and said like, man, I was so uncomfortable by this behavior, like it felt like sexual harassment, then we can have the conversation about like social cues. Like, what was he like ethically obligated to pick up on? Like, does it really matter if he had no idea? Like, we can have all those conversations. But I feel like the way that they came out with it, it's like, oh, like we can talk about that, but it feels like we're kind of doing Prime a disservice because he wasn't like accused of being awkward. He was accused of sexually harassing his employees for months. So it's like,
yeah. So she made 2 claims though, and that was my main issue with what you were saying on Twitter. Is it's not just in the workplace. It was he sexually harassed me, and then I went to work for him, and he continued to sexually harass me. And so it was like, because the entire label on the story, and I understand that she didn't put this label on it, but like the entire label on the story is, this is how I'm going to prove to you that Prime Kai's sexually harassed me, right? And her story starts way before she ever starts working for him, and all of the evidence and proof that she brings out, most of that was from before she started working for him. So it seems as though most of the sexual harassment that she's claiming actually happened before she ever worked for him. And so when I'm talking about this, and I'm talking about whether or not she's ever going to go on Prime's panels and whether or not she's going to be able to debate people and grow and learn from everybody else. Like, she's looking at the main source for debaters to come out of, and she has to decide, do I trade what I want to do on Twitch politics for clout? And then it seems as though she chooses clout and then goes on to work for him because that would help her get more airtime and get on more invite-only panels and get her name out there more. And I just didn't like that narrative that she's choosing trading sexual harassment for clout, when like we can say, yes, she was sexually harassed, but men don't have to deal with this in the same way.
Yeah, I'll say that men don't have to deal with this in the same way, like at the same degree for sure. But I mean, I'm trying to think about, because if
get
she's saying that
messages.
she's socially, go on.
I get messages from girls. Girls say stuff in my chat. Girls like they say all sorts of things that if they were guys, it would be considered like horribly inappropriate. Me personally, I just don't care. Like I just,
well, what if you're a guy and a guy is making advancements on you? Because that happens.
That
girls can sexually harass guys, but like that, and even like most male rape victims were raped by other men. Like that's very sad. Women can obviously rape people too, but like a lot of these crimes against men are committed by other men. So you can think about it in like the really like intense, graphic way that, not to be sexist, like women can be graphic and terrible too, but like picture the stuff that like women get thrown at them by men. Like there are men who get thrown at that stuff at them by other men.
Well, that's kind of my point though, is I believe we can say you sexually harassed this person without condemning you for doing anything wrong.
I mean, maybe if the person is like literally mentally handicapped, because the classic example of like why isn't intent required for sexual harassment is like a mentally disabled employee is like obviously like sexually harassing somebody and like literally physically does not understand like how inappropriate their actions are. And like that's where like intent's not required. Like if the boss knows that that's happening and they're just like, well, like that sucks, like he doesn't get it, boo-hoo, like the boss can be like taken to court and held legally accountable. So like there are instances where like, hey, you sexually harass someone isn't like an immediate condemnation, but I would argue that they're like very few and far between. And I would argue that like what has been alleged with Prime and Kat like isn't necessarily one of those situations.
Well, why not? Like he did pay her and she was doing work for him. And so like, why wouldn't we consider this a professional scenario?
I mean, he paid her for like the amount of money that she made for the amount of hours that she did. Mm-hmm. It's like nothing that would like, I'm sorry, like meaningfully like denote employment. Like what I saw it as like, I'm about to say this and it's going to sound like I'm shading her. I'm not. I saw it as like a transactional relationship, but not where like Katarana was like putting up with sexual harassment for a platform. It was like Prime was like, oh, like I'll pay you less than your worth in video production, but you'll get my platform. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of how I saw it. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know. It almost seemed like a collaborative effort. Like we're going to bring the channel up together. Like I'll be the host. You're on the back end. You're trying to do your own independent thing together. Like it seemed like friends that were working together on like a goal rather than like two employees in a workforce or like in a professional setting. I don't know. I mean, like this is now we're in like intuitive feelings, but like that's kind of how I see it more.
Maybe I also worked for Prime or with Prime. I modded for him. I know that like everybody that he pays, like that's kind of what he pays all of them. Like it's all very similar. And so I have editors, I have mods, I have people, but I don't pay any of my mods, and they do probably the majority of the work for my channel. And then, like, my editors, the amount that I pay them over the amount of time that she worked for him and the amount of money she got from him, it'd probably work out to about the same amount of money. So, I think that, but I would say that they work for me. Like, those are my editors. I pay them to do work for me. It's more in like a contractor style, but I would still say that like I employ them, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I guess so. If a guy like, I know that she is like, we were never flirting, like all that, and like I'm not saying but if we take it to where like they were flirting, they weren't dating, but like they were flirting back and forth, like tongue in cheek. And then she starts working for him, like in this like very like menial way. Like, does the same tongue-in-cheek stuff, is it sexual harassment now? And I know that she's saying that it was never flirtatious, but like if we're just taking that, like, is it sexual harassment now?
Yeah. So again, if we're just talking about in the workplace, I think like normally that workplace would have to decide for themselves what is or isn't sexual harassment. In general, I think it depends on like what's appropriate where you are. So like you were talking about, if you're at the club, and I know that nobody's gonna like this answer, but the more like the more revealing outfit a woman is wearing probably signals that like she wants that sort of sexual attention more, and so that would seem to make sexual advances or comments more appropriate in those scenarios. And so I think like definitely based on the scenario that you're making these statements in, that would change whether or not it's appropriate. And like I said, we don't know the beginning of their conversations. It doesn't look like Kat. If Kat ever reciprocated, I think Prime would have come out with that information. And so from their conversations, the ones that we've seen, I would say like, yeah, it probably was inappropriate. I don't think he did it maliciously, and I don't think he did it on purpose. I think he just read things incorrectly. And I would say she has some fault in this as well, because she knew he was reading things incorrectly. She knew that, like, for sure. She knew he was reading things incorrectly, and she continued to only send vague signals, and she continued to, like, build on their relationship with hours-long calls and, like, and getting closer and closer with him, talking to him more, even going and working for him. Like, I would say that she knew that this was taking place, but I don't know that like somebody has to run away scared just because they're being sexually harassed.
No, I don't think so either. I guess I just have like, my problem with this situation is just like how it was handled. Like, I know this argument has been made before, but like everybody did fuck up, but like Dylan and Kat fucked up so much astronomically more, in my opinion, that it's like, I almost like, it's not that I don't care that like Prime made someone uncomfortable by flirting with them when they didn't like it, but I almost just entirely don't care, because it's like these people came out guns blazing, like swinging so hard with absolutely nothing to back it. And people are calling this a Me Too moment. And it's like, whoa, like, please slow down. Like, I don't know. That's just kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I agree. Like, there's a lot of nuance in this where people are taking sides, and I don't think there are sides to take. Like, I'm friends with Prime. I'm friends with Kat. I think that Prime wasn't malicious, but he still did some things that were inappropriate. And I don't think that Kat was malicious, but she still almost like ended a dude's career. And like, I don't know if you've seen, we're currently in the middle of building an arbitration system for Twitch politics for situations like this in the future, so that like it can be handled behind the scenes and taken care of to where like all of the information is recorded and we know exactly what's going on, and it doesn't have to be some big spectacle like this to where everybody 10 days later is still talking about it.
I think that is a very good idea, to have like a mediator, like some kind of body where people, like, it's kind of like a Twitch politics HR, basically.
That's pretty much what we called it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Because like the thing about like there's no sides to take, I would agree. And I mean, like, if you take out the public part of it, which like I'm literally a random from Twitter, so if we took out the public part of it, I wouldn't be here talking. But if we take that part out and it's just like a big group of friends, like if Twitch politics was just like a big group of like pals, and
I'm really
like
sorry.
At a party.
Real quick, are you known as Alley Cat on Twitch?
No. I do not have a Twitch account. I don't even think I have, like, I'm pretty sure when I watch people's Twitch streams, I do it from either an account that I made and don't do anything with to the point that I don't remember, or I literally don't have an account.
Okay.
So, but I don't remember what I was saying. If Twitch politics, if this was just like a big group of friends at a party and Dylan was like drunk and he got up and he was like, Prime sexually harassed Kat for months, and everybody was like, whoa, calm down. Then at the end of it, we could say like, wow, Dylan overreacted, but like nobody's at fault here. Like, he thought this and like blah, blah, blah. But it's like, because he took it to thousands and thousands of people, it's like, okay, well, now we got to look at comparative fault. And it just does seem like Dylan and Kat, like the consequences of their, because like nobody has sides to take, but like all the strangers online took sides. And like there are people who will never not be convinced now that Prime is like a sex menace. So it's like, yeah, it's just sad.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's faults on all sides, and hopefully, like within the arbitration system, we'll be able to come up with like a better definition of sexual harassment and actually have a. I think we might even end up with like a system of where people, if they are starting to get paid by somebody, can actually like have some sort of contract there that says like you're a worker, and then if they don't want it to be a professional relationship, then they just never like have any sort of contract, and we assume that they have a more friendly or they have a different kind of relationship, and we leave that out of it. But yeah, we're trying to work on those sorts of things where we get into gray areas and fix that. But I would consider, especially what he was doing before she ever worked for him, as just sexual harassment where he's not necessarily malicious and he isn't to blame, and like everybody can just move on with that sort of thought process.
That's a fair way to frame it. That's like a fair way to say sexual harassment, and like in this context, I think.
Okay.
Honestly, I mean, like, I still like. I mean, I don't like saying that someone has sexually harassed somebody unless they've been like told to stop in so many words. But I'm not ready to say you can't be sexually harassed unless you've said no. Like, I don't want to make that statement. So that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I still am just like, oh, like it feels wrong to say that Prime like sexually harassed somebody when they like clearly had some kind of like close relationship. I'm not saying romantic. I'm not saying she was lying about flirting. I'm not saying any of that, but they had some kind of close relationship, and he just like wasn't picking it up. And also she was not telling him. And it's like, there was never any threat of retaliation if she told him. There might have been a perceived threat of retaliation, but there was never any real, like, that we've seen threat of retaliation if she told him. Like, I don't like calling that sexual harassment, but I will say that you do not have to be told no to be sexually harassing someone.
Okay. Fair enough. Is there anything else?
I guess my only other complaint is like, I really didn't appreciate the dropping of the twit longer, the very dramatic statement, and then the I hate this discourse. Like, I cannot like talk about this. Yes, it's very hard to talk about, but like, alas, that's what happens when you put something on Twitter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you can't handle public backlash, and I do not blame you, because I can't imagine the vitriol she's faced. And like, I seriously hope she's doing okay. But it's just like, you can't make claims against somebody online, but then like be like, oh, people can't evaluate those online. You know?
Most everybody who's reached out to her has been, or pretty much everybody who's reached out to her has been supportive, and you know, and then even the guys who were on the call, they were all like, they weren't supportive, but they weren't like harassing her or being ugly with her. So like, I think that even people, from what I've seen, most people who know that she did something wrong or that she was incorrect in her claims still also don't think that she was malicious in what she did, and they know that she had some influence, and it just, the whole thing just kind of blew up and was blown out of proportion. And like, I think everybody sees it for what it is for the most part. I do think it's like, I hated the way she did it with releasing the twit longer and then doing a stream about it. And it's like, wait, if you're going to do a twit longer, all of the information needs to be in the twit longer. Like, you can't do like, here's a sneak peek at what I'm going to talk about later on stream. Like, no, if you're going to make a twit longer with those sorts of accusations on it, it needs to have all the information needs to be in the twit longer. Like, you can't do like, here's a sneak peek at what I'm going to talk about later on stream. Like, no, if you're going to make a twit longer with those sorts of accusations on it, it needs to have all of the information in it. Otherwise, like, everybody who didn't see the stream, if they just read that twit longer, they would have walked away saying, well, Prime did absolutely nothing wrong. Like, all she's showing is that she told people that she was being sexually harassed, but she didn't show any evidence of being sexually harassed. So, like, it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I didn't like that part.
That is a really good criticism that I didn't even think about, because yes, you're totally right. Whenever you make a statement, you need to make like a statement, like a comprehensive statement. And then if you make updates to that statement, it needs to be flagged as like an update to your prior statement where the statement is leaked. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it like, but it doesn't, like, the way that they did it, it almost did kind of read like, tune in to find out more about how Prime Kais is a sexual harasser. Like, I'm not even saying that they were running with the, like, let's destroy him on purpose, but it is optically terrible. Yep. And I don't even think they're bad, but it's like, dude, like, you literally said you're going to put the money towards a spa day. Like, did you not think about how that looked for like 5 seconds? I don't think he thought about how it looked. I really don't think he meant anything bad about it, but like, come on, man. I really do think everybody in this situation was just very negligent. Like, I'm not ready to be like, this was a bad person. That was a bad person. But it's just like, man, like, I do feel like one side messed up more. But at the end of the day, at least we might get Twitch Politics HR. That'll be good for the world.
Yep. Yeah. Do you know Kino?
No, I don't.
Kino Elise, she does this stuff professionally, and I work with HR with my company, so like the two of us are kind of heading this up and holding a town hall on Friday with all of the like biggest streamers and mods there to kind of go over the idea. We don't know that we're actually going to do it because there's a lot of like negative implications, or like, I don't want to say negative implications. There's a lot of things that I'm terrified of when it comes to this. Like, there's a lot of things that like we're handing over a lot of power to people within Twitch politics when Twitch politics has already been proven to be incompetent. So like, I'm afraid of like what this could turn into, and like the type of power that like you would be handing over to people when they get this sort of information and are the ones deciding what to do with it. Like, I don't know. I'm terrified of that aspect of it.
I feel like the way to get around that is to kind of, I mean, and people are like, well, what's the point of it? It's useless. It would literally just be like a reporting system where people would like go in front of a neutral body to like state their case and like make claims in real time as they happen, so that you can say, like, instead of having a DM, like, or basically people would have known exactly what Samantha Banana had or had not said to Prime already, because that stuff would have been reported. But like, if you basically like make it a reporting body rather than an enforcing body, like if they have like clear evidence of sexual harassment, basically they couldn't do anything with it, and it would be up to like the community to do with that information what they would. I realize that you're kind of kneecapping the HR department then, because they can't do anything.
I mean, the hopes is
so it's a really hard like back and forth.
The hopes in like making this is to where people wouldn't have to come out with it publicly unless necessary. So like in this situation, it could have been handled to where they just did everything behind the scenes and didn't have to bring it to the public. And like, as we saw, like everything would have worked out to where if they had talked to Prime and heard him out, they would have seen like, oh crap, like we just kind of misread this entire situation, and that would have been the end of it. But so yeah, so like arbitration would kind of do that for you, where they would they would either have conversations with each side and like have a small investigation, and then if they need to, if they don't come to like a quick conclusion there, then they would likely go on to have meetings with everybody, with a group of people there to listen and help them come to a conclusion, with the understanding that they are going to agree to a conclusion from the arbitration before everybody meets. And then I don't know what's past that, because say everybody leaves arbitration comes to a conclusion, everybody leaves, and one side's like, nah, I'm not doing it. Well, then the only option is to kind of like go public with it, right? Like that's the only thing that you can do. But because you hold absolutely no power over
then you would have to go public, and the body would just have to say like, hey, this is what we think happened. Like we're just a body. We're not a legal body, but we, according to our investigation, like we do believe that this man is a sexual harasser. Like, and he wouldn't do this. And then you would have all the record of like, we told him to do this, he wouldn't do this. Like, I mean, yeah, like they might eventually have to go public, but I still think it's better for some like neutral, faceless, like arbitration group to go public with an opinion than for like the two creators like themselves to be like, this is my side, this is my side, and then everybody else is like, which side, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Then I mean, it would be the thing where like, what if the group is wrong? Then everybody just like throws their weight. Like, yeah, it's a hard conversation. I know nothing about how these like servers work or anything. I don't know a lot. I'm in law school, but I don't know a lot about arbitration processes. So all I can do right here is like wish y'all luck with that. Honestly, I hope you get it figured out.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Is there anything you want to shout out or like somewhere people can follow you?
No, I'm a ghost, but it's been nice talking.
You too. I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Later. So all right, first off, I don't change my jobs all of the time, B. Heller. I have a position as a consultant, and I work in a lot of different areas. But then I also work for a franchise, right? I never said that I was a pizza delivery driver. That literally never happened. But we also go and like work in restaurants and things like that. So I guess like I used to be a pizza delivery driver a long time ago, like 10 years ago, I suppose. Yeah. But yeah, and so then Urasama said a number of things that I wanted to respond to. He said, it's funny that you need a vigilante arbitration system to defend people from vigilante justice through cancel culture you support. So I say all the time, I don't just support all cancel culture. It's not like as if anybody can say, oh, well, I'm canceling this person and I just support it. As I've shown numerous times with the Kurt situation, with the Prime situation, with like numerous different situations, I was not okay with canceling numerous people. Even if I agreed that they did something wrong, that didn't mean that I was okay with them being canceled. I like saying like, oh, you want to lessen the amount of bad things that happen, but you agree with cancel culture with sometimes, which sometimes ends up doing bad things. Like, I'm not saying that like just because it's all cancel culture. I don't agree with all cancel culture. I am very critical of cancel culture, and I say all the time that like it seems as though a lot of the time, I don't know if it's most or half or a minority, but a lot of the time cancel culture is very irresponsible with the way that they wield their power within the majority. Where they can say like, well, we're most of the people that support you, so we can now just wield this tool around called cancel culture and cancel you just because we can. I'm not okay with that. I'm okay with people canceling people when it's necessary. If you're handling your platform irresponsibly, then yeah, I think that you should lose your support. I think that people should walk away from you, and hopefully you come back another time. Better for it. Cancel culture is vigilante justice. You aren't going to be able to harness its power by being critical of it. I mean, you can call it vigilante justice, but that's not like, I don't know why that would be bad. Like, I'm not saying that I can harness it. I'm saying that there are types of cancel culture that are acceptable and are even necessary. And then there are types that are bad and toxic, and like, I think that rather than being, like I say all the time, like instead of being critical of a person, be critical of what it is they're saying. Or instead of being like against an entire idea, be critical of when it is that idea is being used irresponsibly. So, like, it's not as if like you support the idea of cancel culture and now you have to support all cancel culture. Like, some is necessary, some isn't. What's up, Todd? It's bad because no one is accountable when it destroys someone's innocent's career. I mean, normally if they're innocent, then it's not actually going to destroy them. So like, I think it's rare that people would say, "Oh, I don't know what happened here, but I'm going to jump on the bandwagon anyways." Or like their boss, their employer would be like, "Oh, we don't know if you actually did anything wrong, but we're going to fire you anyways." Like, I think all of these things are really rare, and with a situation like Prime's, like it shows that these sorts of things work. Like 90% of Twitch politics is left-leaning, and they all immediately jumped on the case and figured it out and got it right. And in the end, we got it right, and he was fine. Like, even if cancel culture didn't exist, I think it still would be necessary. Say that what Kat said happened to her actually happened to her. It would be necessary for her to come out with that sort of stuff publicly so that other women would know, hey, maybe don't go around this dude because he's likely to sexually harass you. So it doesn't mean that, like, necessarily just because she came out with it, that her intent was to cancel him. Maybe her intent was to make it to where other women were weary of him. But like, even while understanding that it was likely that it was going to get canceled anyways. If you support cancel culture, you support the damage it does to innocent people because it can't be stopped and those people pay no price. I don't know what you mean by supporting cancel culture. Like, me personally saying some people should be canceled is just me being pragmatic. Everybody agrees with this. Everybody agrees that sometimes people need to lose their following. Sometimes people need to lose their social power. Like, everybody agrees with that. And you can pretend that you don't, or you can pretend that that's not cancel culture, but that is what it is. And everybody hits unfollow sometimes. Everybody unsubs sometimes. Everybody chooses not to go to a place sometimes because they disagree with their politics and they don't want to support them. Like, people pull their support from other people all the time. It's just me being realistic in what it is that I'm talking about. I'm fine with people losing their following. I'm not fine with mobs making active efforts to destroy people's followings. I mean, what? So say that doesn't make sense. So, like, if you're going to lose a following, normally you're going to lose it because other people put out the information so that you could find out. Like, you can't find out unless other people give you the information. Unless you personally were there when whatever it was happened. What's up, Justin? Unless you were actually there and witnessed it yourself, you're going to need somebody else to relay that information to you. And normally it's going to continue spreading that that's what happened to where you lose your following. Like, or to where somebody loses their following. It's not as if, like, it's not as if we all have cameras everywhere. Sometimes you lose it because Tom and Samantha Banana try to get politically provoked banned for weeks. I never tried to get politically provoked banned. Freaking crazy. Like, I was literally just on their platform like last week. They were just in my chat like 20 minutes ago. Well, I think Todd might still be here, but yeah. Like, they're in here all the time. I didn't try to get them banned. you were pretty supportive of Banana's attempts. Maybe you weren't directly involved, but I'm just making a point about cancel culture doing things intentionally. I was supportive of Banana, or Samantha Banana, saying you need to clean up your Discord because there's a bunch of Nazis in there. And like, it's the same. Brittany and people in her community complained about my community, and I made those adjustments immediately. I turned around and did what I had to do to fix things, right? Like, it's not insane that you would complain about somebody's community, especially when you're a part of that community. And if Brittany and Todd are part of my community and they have issues with some of the things in my community, then yeah, I would want to fix those things. And me and Samantha and all of these other people were not only part of their community, but we were on their shows on a consistent basis. We were visually part of their community. We were faces within their community. So it looks as though we support those things. It looks as though when there's Nazis running around everywhere saying F Jews and like they're coming to kill all the white people and all of that stuff, like, yeah, like it looks as though we are part of that and we support that. And so, yeah, we have to vehemently come out against it. Now, Samantha Banana never ended up reporting them. She just kept telling them, I'm going to report you if you don't make changes. And every time there were other people who were already doing it without them. And there's actually people who are upset now that Samantha Banana and people in Twitch politics are getting all the credit for the banning of the Discord when they were doing this stuff before any of us even said anything. And they were also faces on the platform, and people who were doing stuff for politically provoked. I know Samantha Banana bragged about spies in their Discord giving her information after she got banned, which is psycho. I don't think that's psycho. Again, so Brittany can deny this all she wants. She keeps saying that she got everybody. She got all of the people who went on her platform. She got all of them. I can show proof that this is incorrect. A lot of us helped her get a lot of those people on there. Like, we were complicit in the things that were happening, and we were part of this already. Like, our names are included, so it's not crazy that she would want to know what's going on inside the Discord when she tells her, like, hey, I want you to fix this, or else we're going to start reporting you. Well, if she's immediately banned from the Discord, there's no way she could know if they actually fix it or not. And so, like, yeah, I think she would have to have spies in that case in order for her to actually know whether or not they fix the issue. Yeah, I don't know. The only things that are banned are curse words or like slurs. That's it. But yeah, again, it wasn't like it was super malicious where they're going after her, just reporting her for no reason. Like, they actually said, like, hey, you need to fix these things. A lot of our people that we sent to you, a lot of the people that we produce for, a lot of the people that we represent are now within your community, and they keep complaining about this stuff in your Discord. And so, like, they were just asking them to fix the things that were against TOS, and that was it. MythBiff literally JQ'd in the server to get it banned. No, he didn't JQ. He asked them a question about the Jews to lure them into JQing, because normally he's not there. He doesn't hear everything that was being said, and so he ask them a question to get them to JQ. Why'd you say thank you? I literally just completely disagreed with you. You're so strange, dude. I don't understand. Vigilante justice doesn't care about entrapment when they want a specific result. I mean, you could say that, but that's not what happened in the case of with Samantha Banana. Like, she never even ended up reporting them. It was Miff Biff and what was the other person's name? Crap. I forget the other person's name, but don't believe you, Tom? Wow. I care so much. I'm just telling you the facts. Like, it doesn't make a difference to me. These are just the facts. She talks and gloats about it. No, she has never said that she reported them. All right. Back to the video.
Out loud, publicly speculating how afraid she...
Then send the screenshots. Every other time you said you had proof of something, it turned out you had nothing even close. So, I can't just take your word for it, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, I personally can't know. I don't follow her around everywhere she goes. So yeah, if you have proof, I would be happy to look at it. But from what she says, she said over and over, she never reported them. And like, as much as she was open about wanting to report them, she wouldn't have lost any points for reporting them, right? Like, she had already said that she wanted to report them, and so like, most people would just make her lose those points just for saying, I want to report you, right? Most of the people who would get upset about that sort of thing, they were going to be upset whether she reported them or not, because all she did was say that she was going to report them if they didn't fix those issues. Now, in the end, she doesn't she doesn't go report them, so... I'm working with a big group chat to mass report them. Wow, dude. See, this is exactly why I said I can't trust you, because every time it doesn't actually say what you say it says. She didn't say that she reported them. My internet is really bad right now, so I'm going to head out, but you're making a mistake supporting some cancel culture because it empowers it all. It doesn't empower it all, dude. I'm going to be critical of people like on what they do, not on some name. If you want to call it cancel culture, that's fine. But in the end, if they do something wrong, I'm gonna criticize them for being wrong. But have a good night, man.
Does it have to be like the complete other way? Like the pendulum swung, in my opinion, swung all the way back.
I think the
from
pendulum...
Prime being a bad person to Katarana being the villain.
I think the reason why that pendulum swung is because new information was provided and a story was illuminated. When Kat started lying perpetually, shit started to get a bit weird. That's what I was saying. That's where a lot of my opinion, at least, you can literally see from my VODs in real time changing. I used to believe that anybody speculating about Katarana's motive was being cringe as fuck. I don't think we should have speculated at all. And then to the point where it's like, well, actually, I don't know. Now that she's literally saying, like, contradicting the reason she came forward in the first place. And it's like, well, I don't know. This is getting kind of weird. And then she contradicted thing after thing after thing. I think there's like 3 different things she, off the top of my head, that she contradicted. And then it gets into, well, why the fuck did she come forward in the first place?
Mm-hmm. I agree. The contradictions of her, like, her motives or what she thought was going to happen to Prime. I think those were odd. That was weird. What was I gonna say? Fuck. Sorry, it's like 4 a.m. Um. Can you keep talking so I can remember what I was gonna say?
That's
sorry.
fine. So my whole point of bringing up all of that was to justify why Eris might feel vindicated in speculating as to whether or not Hans had the freedom and capability to come forward. Because you got to remember, if Eris doesn't say the truth, which is that Hans has something to fear, which you can agree or disagree, it's a low probability, it is something to fear, then, like, yeah, that individual has their livelihood to look out for. You wouldn't say that because there's a low probability that somebody gets, I don't know, somebody yells at them or harasses them either sexually or not sexually, just like yelling at them and being rude to them, just because there's a low probability, that means they're a dumb fuck for being afraid of it. And I feel like that's...
Do you think that was fair to say in front of, like, I don't know how many people watched?
Yes,
that was almost like 1,000.
Yeah, and the reason why is because without that, a lot of people would call Hans a slimy fuck that's looking out for his own skin. Because they talked about how he has more information. I will agree that I don't really think that there should be conversations about more information without that information becoming public. But in general, but of course, you know, there's many...
Hey. All right, just confirmed Vosh for the next AMA in Twitch Politics, September 9th. Oh, let's check in on this real quick. Let's see. Let's see what's going on there. This is happening in Twitch Politics right now.
I used to care a lot. I don't really care that much because I don't care as much anymore because I see the statements made by the people who hate me, and I can tell that they have done zero research into who I actually am. They don't care about me as a person. They don't know me. They're just repeating articles they've read usually. Maybe some people who know me personally hate me, but you know, for the mass public, I don't care if someone hates a cartoon version of myself. I would care if they hated actual me and actual my opinions, but it's a lot easier to not care when it's an invented version of you. Also, there are only a few people's opinions I actually care about, which is like my family and good friends and professors. I take their opinions seriously, not typically the wider public, but yeah.
All right, gotcha. I kind of have a
I'll
very
be right
similar
back.
opinion when it comes to people, because there's a lot of people that will throw a lot of things at you, and just even my own experience is that some people will have very limited experiences with you, and they will curse your name for months and months on end, and some people will damn near call you the Messiah. It's really weird. But then the follow-up to this is that regarding the way that people view you, and more particularly the people that you actually care about, is that you feel that the way you're viewed is deserved, subdivided is any of it that you're proud of, and do you have any regrets?
Oh man, those are a lot of questions. Can you narrow it down to one?
Yeah, I apologize. Okay. I'm kind of more like giving you the questions, and then I'm kind of wanting to let you pick which one you want to take at it first, because you are a person of some kind of level of prominence, right? You have an incredible amount of clout, and you command people's attention. So the question is largely, you have this ability. Are you proud of what you've done? Do you regret what you've done regarding that ability to have that power over people? And just generally, how do you feel about it? Because I find it more interesting when dealing with people who command other people's attention, how they relate in having that power over people.
I think I've absolutely brought forward some really important conversations throughout my career that have needed to be had and were ignored for a long time. And a lot of people want me to take responsibility for people that, some of which weren't even in my community, who are radical or something, or who have taken ideas that I've talked about too far. But like, I know what I've said. I know I have never called for violence. I know I have never called for people to be hateful. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud of having never done that. And I'd say that I'm more proud of my work now, even though less people are watching it, because I take a more thoughtful approach now. You know, I got into politics when I was 17. I was on TV talking about politics when I was 17, which I think should be illegal almost. But of course I'm going to be more proud of my work now than things I did when I was 17 on TV. I look back at that and I'm like, you know, you had some interesting thoughts, but you had the thoughts of a 17-year-old in politics, which in most cases are going to be, I hate X, or I really disagree with X group, and no matter what they say, I'm going to disagree with them. I think I've read one book and I think this is the greatest idea in the world. Like, I remember when I was 17 reading Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, and just being like, this is the most amazing idea I've ever heard in my life. But then that's kind of the experience. You watch a next video and that's the most amazing idea you've ever heard, then the next, and that's the most amazing idea you've ever heard. Then you get to you know, I get to 23 and I'm like, all right, there's a lot of ideas here, and a lot of them are good ideas, and I need to compare them all and contrast them all. A lot of them are bad ideas now in retrospect, but I actually don't think that I have had that different of a political journey than most people. I think a lot of people have considered the ideas that I have. I know people that are in BreadTube right now that I have in DMs with them 3 years ago, of them hitting me up, wanting to be friends, wanting to talk to me, loving all my ideas, and they are just ecstatic that I don't publish it publicly, because they want to be able to say, I have always, you know, I have always had the right ideas. I have always had what the public supported and was publicly popular. And a lot of people demonize me because my ideas have become less popular over time. A lot of my conservative approaches have become less popular over time. So now they have more ability to just be like, she's evil, she's horrible. But the truth is, they've considered these ideas before too. They've thought about them. They are the idea. A lot of conservative notions are the ideas of 50% of the population that just are not the most of the people on Twitch. And I think that a lot of these people on Twitch, I think a lot of the kind of people that are acquiescing to far left cultural standards, I think they'd be far right if that were popular. I think they would, absolutely. I have no doubt in my mind. So I am proud of myself knowing that while the far left is the most popular in the public sphere, I am going to stay, hey, I'm a conservative. I change my views here and there when I find out I'm wrong, but I'm a conservative. And I know if it became super far right in the public sphere, I'd probably be criticizing them and say, I'm a conservative, I'm not what you are. But I think there are a lot of people in the political sphere that just acquiesce to what's popular, and I'm proud that I'm not that.
Well, yeah.
Tiberius?
Yeah, what's up?
Go ahead and shout yourself out real quick, and our podcast, thanks.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm Tiberius D. I study in economics and political science. My claim to fame is doing geopolitics. I largely follow under Peter Zion and Ian Bremmer, people like that. And as far as what I do with and other stuff, I do the Mascot podcast with Samantha Banana and your friend Counterpoints, along with our good friend Osiris. And then I've got a few other little bits here that I do here and there.
Exceptions to this rule. This might be one of them, where all of it is just wild speculation and shit like that. I think we do need some controls, but unfortunately, you know, you need to do your best. But
she's doing an AMA right now, where like anybody who wants to can come on for 10 minutes and talk to her and ask her questions. So, yeah.
In this circumstance, right, where there's information out there that Hans has more information on the topic, there needs to be somebody that is like, why? Because the first question is going to be, why isn't he coming forward with it? And so Eris saying, well, the reason why he might not come forward with it is there's new information that he was previously like unaware of, which is that this person moves in a specific way. They're acting really weird, and in ways that he himself testifies is not the way that they acted around him. And if that is the case, they're an oddball. he has no idea how they're going to react. They could react in any host of ways. So he needs to do what he needs to do to look out for himself.
He says they're still friends in that conversation.
Sure. But hey, listen, I could be friends with somebody that I'm afraid if I give private information to.
I guess so. That's true. I guess I'm wondering, what do you think should happen to Kat? What do you think she should do?
I don't know. I think that probably she should just get with the narrative and say that, like, at the very least, the amount of information that came out was not sufficient to be able to get prime on sexual harassment. Maybe if she gathered more evidence, maybe that could have been the case. Oh, who knows? Maybe if she recorded one call, this whole situation would have flipped on itself. But it's just not the case. I don't really think anything should necessarily happen with Kat. I think everybody should just be wary of her. I don't know what her motives were, and it's looking like there's a lot of people that knew her personally that were taken by surprise by this, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yes. I want to say sorry for my chat acting out of line with you.
It doesn't matter. Really. I was primarily.
He doesn't like apologies. He doesn't like apologies. He'd rather people just not do the thing anymore. And so when somebody apologizes, he kind of gets annoyed by it. I like an apology just for it to like set a standard to say, look, I acknowledge that I was wrong. And this is me saying that I'm going to handle this differently going forward. Because if you don't actually give me an apology, my assumption is you think what happened is okay, and you're going to continue doing it in the future. That's why I like an apology. That's why I think apologies are necessary. But yeah, he gets annoyed by apologies. So
really talking about when I felt like you were feeding into it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
I think I can agree that I might have fed into it. I just feel like, I don't know who sent those clips to you, but I feel like I was lumped in with.
Okay, so that's not good. Like, her statements earlier were that she didn't feed into it and that she just didn't push back, and now she's saying she might have fed into it. Zonia didn't even look bad in this. Why was she worried? She wasn't worried. She sent me I told her I was going to go over it, and she sent me all of the timestamps and everything to go over. So, she wasn't worried at all.
People, based on because I was on that panel with Maddie.
I didn't even know you were.
I thought you were watching a clip of.
I was watching a clip of you covering I was watching a clip of you watching Sunsoul's stream. Then I watched part of your VOD, and then yesterday I said I do not believe that I can continue watching this person, because my impression of you is that you were the type of person to go on Twitter and report me for brigading you for watching you on my stream. I'm just going to be honest. That was my impression of you.
Yeah, and someone sent me that one, and I don't know I don't know why that was the impression.
It's probably some of the probably the reason why I got that impression is some of the reasons that I just came to you today. No? Or more specifically, because of some of the things that I have said that you said inside of your stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, that's just where I'm at. So.
Well, it's just like these clips came out, specifically me, Josie, and Maddie, like put together, and I know Destiny watched it on his stream, and I just feel like people were like spreading around these clips of like the three of us trying to I don't know, sell, like, give this narrative of like these feminist SJW women being out of line.
Ooh, the people on Maddie's panel were out of line. You cannot convince me of that. Like, I can't even remember specifically what they said. But I do remember one. We went over this before. The claims they get about Destiny, about him like being a groomer. That was disgusting. That was horribly disgusting. Thankfully, there were some people on there that pushed back against it. And Maddie has apologized since, so don't think that she still holds to that. But then, like, also at the end of the panel, they watched Prime's, like, when Prime went live right after the whole Dylan and Kat thing, right after they came out. Prime goes live to give his narrative of the entire thing, and says, and they watched it. They made a panel, and then all of those women went on the panel and then watched his stream live, and they all just sat there criticizing him the entire time. And even though he apologized over and over and over, they, at the end of the panel, Maddie went, wow. So he refuses to apologize and refuses to admit he did anything wrong. Not surprising at all. It's like, wait, no. He apologized. He did. Like, and he said he did things wrong. Like, you just made that up. Like, you completely made that up. He said over and over that he apologized, that he was apologizing to Kat, and that he wasn't disputing that he sexually harassed her, and that he messed up. Like, he said all of those things over and over and over, but did say that there was some misinformation that he wanted to correct, and they took that and said, oh, he refused to apologize and refused to admit that he did anything wrong. Not surprising at all. That's not what happened. You're such a liar.
I don't think that was the take. I think, if anything, the take was
yeah.
Well,
but it's just.
Well, just to be clear, I am somebody in DGG, and I'm just going to be straight with you. I don't think there's really anybody in DGG that actually thinks any of you were feminists. If anything, the opposite. I think most people in DGG think you were fake feminists.
I was about to say, they're fake feminists. They're like fake SJW feminists who refuse to, like, actually help women. They just want to look like they help women, but they don't actually want to help women. They don't actually want to, like, forward women's issues. So, like, we keep talking about how they keep infantilizing women and how they make it sound as though some women are just, like, incapable of sticking up for themselves and, like, aren't able to have, like, a rational conversation, and that the onus is always on men to do everything for them and, like, figure everything out for them and tell them and read their minds and tell them how they're feeling. Like, it's what the fudge. That's like, yeah, that's I called it the feminazi panel. Like, that was, I don't think anybody looked at that and they're like, oh, that's a bunch of feminists. They're like, nah, dude, those people need to be feminists. Like, those people need to act more like feminists.
If I'm being honest. Like, I'm pretty sure I could find every single person agreeing with that. I think everybody thinks that you guys are fake feminists that tries to act like you're and I'm not trying to say that this is, like, objectively the case. I'm just saying this is the narrative in DGG, that you're all fake feminists that are trying to act like you guys give a fuck about feminism, and really what you guys want to do is be able to accuse somebody of sexual misconduct and not hold yourselves accountable for when that shit blows up in your face.
True.
I'm 99% sure this is 100% of the people in DGG's narrative.
Because of the panel, right?
Correct.
Not because of anything that I've said after the stream.
Correct. This is why I said it's not objectively correct. It's just based on the panel. Yeah.
And like about that panel, I disagree where that panel.
Boxing's most polarizing has silenced all his opponents.
When, I'm uncomfortable with me getting grouped in with that.
Okay.
Just because I was on the panel, I feel like I didn't say anything.
Sure. Again, this is why I said it's not objectively the case. I'm just trying to tell you, DGG's narrative is that you are not SJW feminists, because there's plenty of people. Yeah, there's plenty. Well, like Destiny talks about it. There's people in DGG that literally believe that they're like SJWs. I don't know. It's to say that, like, yeah. If anything, they'd be arguing that you're fake feminists. On God, that's my narrative. Not all of you, but like specifically like Maddie and the.
I feel like I have been canceled. My chat isn't showing up. Wow, how is what I'm saying bad? I don't know. You want to jump on and tell me what you've been saying? Jump in the VC. Really wish I had a sniper for that one.
Hey, been a while.
Hey, Zonia.
Indeed.
What's up?
How's it going, Seren?
It's going.
Yeah, I was on that panel. It was a shit show, and I dropped off of it after a while, realizing that it was just an axe grinding session.
Mm-hmm.
And the way it was pitched to us, for those of us who were pulled in, so a bunch of us were originally on Prime's Amazon Lily panel, but that got canceled. And so Maddie invited all of us who were on the Lily panel into this, and the way that she painted it was, we're going to talk about women's issues in Twitch politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was painted to us as being something pretty above board, and I even told Maddie before I agreed that I wasn't going to talk about the drama, that I wasn't going to name any names, and she just gave me a thumbs up, so I figured that was an A-okay, and so I went ahead and went along with it. But after a number of people on the panel kept grinding personal axes on it, a few times Stardust and I tried to steer things back on track and focus on issues, and it failed repeatedly. And then once Maddie started going in on Destiny, at that point I realized if the host is doing it, then this is end of game here, and I dropped off. And this is something I also talked about on Cherry's stream. So
cool.
A lot of us were manipulated, I think. We're not, maybe not necessarily manipulated, but it was painted in a certain way that made us believe that it was an above board kind of panel, but it turned out to be an axe grinding session.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm really glad that you came forward with that information. I think that'll help a lot of people potentially inside of my chat room and otherwise be able to
a lot of shots just
have a more informed opinion about the people that participated in that. So more or less, for anybody in chat that didn't really understand what that means for the conclusion, it's that the people on the panel weren't all down with the narrative that Maddie was painting and what have you. So, like, don't just blame the people for being there just because they were there, right?
Yeah, and I went on Yeah, because I was originally supposed to be on the Amazon Lily panel as well, and then I
Come
saw
on.
like the message. I wasn't planning to stream that day actually because I felt really uncomfortable streaming in general. Um, After everything came out,
I
and
talk about women all the
yes,
time, and my most of my mods are femoids. Why are these missing? Come on. Dude, where is he? Oh, on the roof.
saw the message. It was like, oh, we're gonna talk about problems in Twitch politics with women, and I agreed to that. And like Zonia said, it just went someplace that I don't agree with.
All right, so then can I get your take specifically? Where do you think Maddie went wrong? What are all the things that Maddie did wrong? What are all the things that Destiny did wrong?
I want to believe that people came together with that panel with good intentions in talking about those issues. But I also think there was the incentive to just add to the spectacle that was going on at that time, because like how many people were streaming that day? Like I think it was wrong to come to use that panel as a way to air all of your grievances about
Contusion. Don't freaking start with me on this important to life bullcrap. Okay? Not everything I do is important to life. Lots of stuff I just enjoy. Okay? It's just that simple. I enjoy watching some of these people. I am friends with some of these people. I am friends with the people that they're talking about. I'm friends with the people who are on the screen. I don't freaking care about whether or not it's important to life. I enjoy playing video games, and I enjoy watching this stuff.
About, I don't know, Destiny.
All right, so what about
other people?
All right, so if that was the case, I'm talking more specifically. What about the allegation itself and the following?
Okay, you were just wondering, but like the last couple times you've been in here, it's been the same stuff where you're like, Tom, you've changed, man. You used to talk about important stuff. Now all you do is talk about dumb stuff that doesn't even matter. So that's that's why I reacted that way.
Series of events leading after the allegation.
So when Maddie said that thing about Destiny, basically,
what
yeah,
came
that was
after?
bad. was bad to do out loud. What came after, like her saying that she got death threats?
Yeah, oh, that whole situation. What's your take on that?
So I want to talk about this, I guess, specifically. There was the group chat of the panel, the women in that panel. After the panel happened, Maddie was talking about those death threats, and I just got really uncomfortable with everything that was happening in that group chat, including like Maddie talking about those death threats.
Beheller, don't start with me, dude. You freaking get on kiwi farms, okay? You are not out here solving world problems, all right? I talk about rhetoric. I talk about, optics. I talk about debates. Like, these are things that other people need in order to talk about the real issues. So,
I don't know, because I thought it was wrong to blame that on one community. And then yeah, I just didn't think it was going to end well, so I left. Actually, I left the group chat. Do I think she faked those screenshots? Is that what you're getting at? Or
The whole situation. So yeah, why not that? We can go there. Do you think that she faked them?
I do think she got death threats. I don't know if they're from Destiny's community.
Cool.
But,
Well, or I say cool, but obviously not cool. Do you think that the ones that were shown and said to be fake were fake?
I want to plead the fifth because I just don't. I don't want to be on anyone's bad side. But I will say, like, when I saw those tweets, like the evidence of it, I was uncomfortable.
Okay.
And that's, yeah.
So, are you really not gonna comment on the situation? Because you don't want people to get upset with you?
Well, I said it was bad.
No, you're not going to comment on the validity of those threats because you think people are going to get upset with you.
May I jump in for a moment?
I wouldn't have commented either, honestly. Like, I personally haven't looked into it enough. I haven't, like, looked at the information to see if like people were really harassing her. I haven't, like, I wouldn't have nearly enough information to comment on this, and so I would also be pleading the fifth. Ah! I'm trying to take my kill. I came save your life.
Sure.
Okay, so you've got a small streamer.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a person who, well, forgive me if I'm being presumptuous, Seren, but you've also got somebody who is kind of new to the scene.
Yeah.
And probably not super well connected.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got a few factors there that are, I could totally understand wanting to be very cautious about your messaging.
Trust me, I'm gonna bridge it over into something else. It's not the end of it. Okay. So I wanna ask Seren, are you not gonna comment because you're afraid of like how people might take it? You maybe burn a bridge or something like that, Is that what you're worried about?
I mean, yeah, because there's already the whole thing like of
I don't
people
I don't
saying,
disagree
like,
with what you're saying.
turning your back on other women, and I don't want to play into that.
Okay, I think that was not the response I was expecting. I think anybody that says that you're turning your back on other women for calling them out, if you truly believe that they faked DMs, is not somebody you should be associating with. So the reason why I brought this up was because the exact thing that you're describing, turn that up to 11 for Hans.
There's another one.
You're afraid of blowback that might hurt or damage your connections with other people.
She's
Hans
down, get him.
was worried about blowback that could hurt his connections with other people because he'd no longer be able to stream.
Got another one down over here.
When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
I got him.
New homes. So, we already knew all about the power of 5G.
That's the reason why it was relevant. That's the reason why Eris brought it up. Right? So I'm just making that clear, right? That's why it was perfect.
Boom, baby.
That Eris brought that shit up. Is because what you're feeling would get turned up to 11, right? If you're imagine if
Yo, I got 7 freaking kills with the sniper. Got the guy up top. I got the other guy up on the ceiling. Or on the roof. He's down. They got me too.
Hey, give me money. Hey, give me money, hey.
Damn it. I had to reload. Can game with that sniper though, dude. Yo. 9 freaking kills.
that you believed that Maddie did indeed fake those DMs, but she had your address and everything. Maybe she does. I don't know what your connection is. Add your address and everything there. I wouldn't blame you for a minute, even for what you're doing right now, let alone if she had that extra information. I wouldn't blame you for a second for not coming forward, because that's some serious business. Yeah? So I just wanted to bring that back around. That's why I believe it was still pertinent. I want to bring that back around to say that that's why it was important for Eris to bring up that information about Hans, right? I hope you can understand that now, right? Why that's incredibly important for her to bring that up about Hans. Because otherwise, people would do what I could have done here, which is grill you and say that you're a spineless fuck for not coming forward about this shit, which might not be fair. Like Zonia was talking about, you're a small streamer, right? Maybe you feel like this bridge is really important and what have you. I don't think we should be calling people spineless when they have credible reasons to not come out with information. Do you agree?
Yes. Yes.
Do you see the connection I'm making?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Just had to make sure. All right. So, if you don't want to comment on the validity of the faked messages, that's perfectly fine. Then can you tell me, in your mind, where you believe Destiny acted with misconduct?
The initial stream with Dylan and Kat.
Zonia, I hope you speak up here. Please tell me. Because never mind. We'll wait.
And what happened after they stated the claims, I don't think he should have insinuated that Dylan was doing things because he wanted Prime gone. I don't think.
Sure.
I think I don't think he should have come in straight away and say like, "Oh, Kat was being the manipulative one."
I'm sure.
And
whoa.
I guess I don't know what he's done after, like.
Sure. If those are your only criticisms, I think that those are valid. I think, unfortunately, I cannot criticize that behavior to the degree that I would normally. While I still can criticize it, I'll make the claim he shouldn't have done that, point blank, period. Unfortunately, this situation, like I said previously, had so little evidence that it required inductive reasoning to be able to get people's motivations and shit down a lot more than other situations in comparison to like Vosh. There wasn't very many people who were like, what are the motivations of Poppy here, right? Like it was pretty cut and dry.
Nah, I don't like this. No. You're going on there to tell people that they are spreading misinformation. And the reason it's misinformation isn't because that didn't happen. It's because we can't know whether or not that happened. We can't know whether or not what Dylan and Kat were claiming was actually true. And so then, for Destiny to go on to start to spread conspiracy theories after all of that was just as bad. And if we're going to condemn one, we need to condemn the other. I don't think it's okay to turn around and say, well, it was necessary because people believed what Prime and Kat were saying. Nah, dude. I don't think that's okay. Crap. Destiny was saying that, like, you know, maybe he was doing the whole, like, panel wars conspiracy theory. And I think that if he's just said, like, look, optically, this looks bad because you have motivation, then sure. But he kept saying things like, I have evidence, or I have proof, or, like, I know. And so it sounded as though he was saying these things with some validity to them. Zonia, don't you think it's necessary for him to come out and say that after he made a bunch of claims, to come back and say, hey, I shouldn't have said those things? Like, it's not about whether or not we should criticize him publicly for saying that. It's about whether or not we should criticize him publicly for not taking it back, right? Like, if he wants to go around talking about who's right and who's wrong for lying or telling the truth about things, then, like, he should definitely hold himself to that same standard. And if he's going to go on to tell these people, hey, you can't make these claims because you don't actually have the evidence, then it would be messed up for him to go on to make a bunch of claims that he doesn't have evidence for.
But I agree with you full stop.
I'm dead.
That it was wrong in this situation, especially as early as he did it, for Destiny to speculate about those things. I'll agree with that. If those are your only criticisms, I think I can break bread with that.
Like, my main issue is that everybody else has come back to say that what they said was incorrect and that they were wrong for speculating and they were wrong for coming out with claims without the evidence. And, like, it's like Destiny's the last one left. Like, even even Maddie Cakes apparently took back her claims, right? Like everybody has taken back their claims and said what they need to say say like, hey, I said those things irresponsibly, because the conspiracies about the panel wars are still going on, and they're even happening in my own chat. And they use Destiny saying it as like a source to say like, yeah, even he said, right?
That feels kind of weird to define as milking for content. It's like saying Maddie, milked her whole situation for content. Like, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Personally, from my perspective.
You think that? Wait, I don't think Maddie was. I think she genuinely had concerns about the death threats and.
So, do you think genuinely having concerns means you don't milk things?
No.
Okay, so then if Maddie had genuine concerns, why does that matter to whether or not she milked the content?
So wait, do you think that was a milking the
I'm
content?
I don't know what your definition of milking is. That's my whole thing. I think there was a tremendous amount of people that didn't milk this for content, and I also think there was a tremendous amount of people that did. A lot of the people that I follow and I give a fuck about didn't. What they were doing was they were trying to give analysis of what people were doing and what people were saying without all of the extra bullshit that people were baking into it, without running with bullshit narratives and things like that, providing useful insight like Eris, like Supreme, like I would like to believe me, Chud Logic. These are people that, like, I would argue provided insight to people and tried to control the narrative that was spinning out of control. And obviously Destiny, but I also think many of us got some shit wrong. So yeah, I wouldn't call that. Sure, and I wouldn't call that milking personally.
Sure. Yeah. You guys would, with the best intentions, are coming in, analyzing it, and just doing that. I think, like, obviously there's incentive to cover it.
There's incentive to cover everything. There's incentive for you to defend your friend Maddie. You said as much, to the point where in which that you wouldn't even speculate as to the validity of their possibly faked DMs. But there's incentive for everything that you do. I don't think you can use that as an argument.
I DM'd you something that's probably, it might give you a little an idea of why someone might be a little bit afraid to speak out against some of these people. And
sure,
there's a group of people. They're connected with each other. They all have a similar motivation, and Seren and I were both in a private group and kind of got to see the interaction and how they kind of pulled together. So
it says,
I can understand why she might not want to speak out.
It says
I'm okay
forbidden.
doing it.
It doesn't pop up for me.
Okay, that's weird. Because it's popping up for me right now.
Maybe I have to be logged in or something?
Maybe, yeah. That could be it. But you'll see a lot of key names in there.
So what can you describe it in more in detail then? Because I can take your word for it.
It's a subreddit for basically hate posting about Destiny. It's owned by Maddie. It's got Marcy in there. It's got Doe in there. Bunch of other people as moderators, right? So, and Maddie owns it.
Yeah.
And it's a subreddit. So
damn, I'm good.
There's a lot of stuff, like a lot of things that I've seen over the past week. I'm kind of realizing that a bunch of people are kind of connected and sort of they're of like mind and they have similar interests.
In the basement.
Kind of banded together when this whole thing was going on. They were the ones talking about Destiny. You saw Riverboat Jack's stream, I bet. You probably saw Joe D, right?
I think so. I think I maybe I DM'd Riverbrook Jack is the person that I... Yeah, I did. To have a talk. So.
Yeah, so there are a lot of people, kind of a little cadre of people working together who seem to be similarly motivated, and we were in a group with them, with many of those same people, a private Discord group. It was the group that was used to organize the panel. And, you know, you just kind of got to see how they interacted with each other and how they supported each other. And then I got to see the streams. And then a colleague of mine found this, and I took a look at it, and I was like, okay, well, there's something more going on here. Not to be like all conspiratorial and crap. It's just that they're similarly motivated to go after Destiny, and they're similarly motivated probably to protect each other, because they did band together and protect each other and speak out for each other on their streams and chastise people for going after them, right?
Yeah.
So I could totally see why someone who isn't as well connected, like for me, I'm like, fuck it, you know, I don't really care. They can come after me, whatever. But I could totally see why someone else who doesn't have, you know, as much, you know, history with this, and they're still trying to build their brand, might want to not say anything. So I totally get that.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll
Thank
totally
you
come up
for.
and- yeah, I'll totally be open about it. I'll say what's going on.
Sure.
Watch Hassan content all day, so like I really don't care. The only reason why I typically care, why people call me a Destiny Orbiter or what have you, is it's usually used to invalidate my opinion on multiple situations. That's typically why. So
I understand, yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely vouch for Relly from firsthand experience. So
Appreciate that. All right.
Thanks for talking to me.
All right. Are you okay if I shout you out in the chat room? Oh, yo, Supreme.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heyo.
What's up? You're just beating up on kids nowadays? Is that the content? Really?
Okay, come on. This is weird. Don't be weird, man. Don't be
If I have
weird.
kids, you're never babysitting them.
Okay, dude. You think I want to babysit kids, dude?
Okay, I see there's a cookie in your hand. I see the cookie jar is open. I see that there's footsteps leading to the cookie jar. You're sitting here telling me you didn't take them out of the cookie jar. I'm going to come home and they're just going to be like shitting their pants. All right.
Okay, dude. I don't know why CIA Andy tries to act like I'm using interrogation tactics. This guy's got the deep state on the fucking quick dial, but okay.
Legit.
But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I shouted out your channel, and Zonia, I'll shout you out as well for giving much needed context for a lot of the information provided as well. And is there anything else that you wanted to say to me, I guess, Zonia?
Nah, I'm good. Nothing more on my end.
All right,
you all
sweet.
have a good night.
Yeah.
Take care of you and take care of chat.
Yeah.
Shout out to chat.
In conversation with me, even though like we.
So is Seren Kitty? Are those the same Serens? Okay.
We may disagree on a bunch of things. One thing that I take pretty seriously is people willing to come on and have a discussion with me, even if we disagree to the levels that we have. So I appreciate. I never got to that part.
That has to be a dono sound, right?
Yeah.
For me for bullying. That's such a good dono sound.
Happen again, I will be calling Twitch headquarters myself. And I swear, if I see anything like this happen again, I will be calling Twitch headquarters myself. Because this is not okay.
Oh god, dude.
I can't hear what she's saying each time. Like, what is it that makes them start laughing?
And she's like, you guys are way out of line. And you're like, bro, I'm 6 years old. Or, bro, or, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use the B word. Oh, I fucked up. My bad.
I'm a 35-year-old woman. Grow up.
Fucked up.
Because you're children.
Oh, God. Achievements of the children thing. I feel like I'm back in first grade.
And that's what I have to say to that community. That's caused nothing but pain and hatred across this platform.
It's clearly fucking not.
To challenge me. Like, you're fucking delusional. Talk about a fucking victim complex. Like, try being a victim, okay? Be a victim for a month and you can see how it feels. You are beyond fucking delusional. Get help. Get more help.
I'm not gonna stand for this shit.
Nah, let's not even meme like that, man. Let's keep it above the cuff, man. Come on.
This is
keep
one of
it
those things that
respectable.
we have to be able to stand up against as a community.
I'll do this shit.
Just to be clear also, this Josie piece of shit, I actually platformed them when they were running for fucking Congress. I actually did like an hour-and-a-half interview with this person to try to help them out. I didn't charge for that. Didn't I plug their donor links and everything at the end? Like, yeah, what is she talking about? She's mad because I've had a building of irritation with these irrelevant loser fucks, these spineless.
Whoa!
Shit, and I let go on Maddie. I think I had like a 10-tweet like just barrage of shit that I was irritated at Maddie Cakes for, and I think she's
Come
mad
on,
because
bro.
she was at the
Because at the end of the day, you're just following. Because at the end of the day, you're just following your leader.
Come on, bro.
I have no respect for you. None. And neither do the women on this platform. And you sit and wonder why women don't want anything to do with you, as the chatter that's a DDG. That is going after a woman.
What are these arguments? Like, you can't attack any woman ever. You attack.
Seriously, she's making it sound as though you can't go after women. Like just being a woman gives you this freaking shield that like says you're not, that they do no wrong and you're not allowed to criticize them ever at all.
What up? Jack.
Like, this is all so ridiculous. I really respected Josie before all of this. Like, I thought that she was a good source. I thought that she was somebody that we could, like, that had professional experience and we could listen to when it came to a lot of these things. But my goodness, man, the freaking takes as of late, it's just gross. Like, it really is just gross. And I am feminister than all of them. I am Mr. Feminister. Like, they are all just infantilizing women as though they can't be good people. Like, that's not possible. Stop expecting women to be good people.
And if that's what gets your rocks off, then I feel sad for you.
Like, she's not turning around and saying, like, you're attacking innocent people, or these people did nothing wrong, and you did do something wrong, and this is what you did wrong. Like, no, she's like, you attacked a woman. It's like, wait, what? So what? Like, are women not allowed to be held accountable? Like, are women allowed to attack whoever they want, whenever they want, without any sort of accountability whatsoever, and we're all just supposed to take it and like not stand up for ourselves, not tell the truth, not talk about like how horrible they are for going after us like that? Like, it's just, I can't imagine what the thought process is behind the things that they say sometimes. Like, I really don't get it.
Here to play.
I will be calling the manager. Yeah, it's big manager vibes.
For violating TOS. That's why. And that's where it's at.
Jesus. Let's see. Maddie did a response. What is this? I've got like all these random things open. I haven't looked at them now. What is this?
I guess I'm
If I have
frustrated
already got COVID and am
because I
testing
feel like
positive
I
for
got
the
lumped
antibodies,
into
what reason is there to get the
um,
vaccine?
what Maddie and Josie are saying regarding everything, regarding like the allegations against Prime, regarding Destiny, and yeah. I talked to AhRelevant this morning, and he kind of gave me an insight into why Destiny would be frustrated on like the narrative that's being built around him around this, from I don't know who's doing it. Like, I just hate throwing names. I'm just like Maddie keeps getting brought up, so I guess it's her. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. Wait. So what is the?
The yeah, that's like from the beginning. I don't know. Like, you were sent clips of me, and Maddie and Josie.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe I can give this a little more structure. So my problem is that there are a lot of people that will go on their streams or on other people's streams and they talk about how horrible, evil, racist, misogynistic, homophobic, transphobic, whatever phobic, all the phobics that I am. And it's frustrating because anytime I go into panels with these people or I talk to these people, they have nothing to say to me. So it's frustrating because I don't ever have an ability to make my case or defend what I've said or explain what I've said, but it's just like a giant hate circle jerk against me on like all of these smaller streamer platforms because the easiest way to climb the clout ladder is to shit on me. Apparently, it's like the number one way to signal like how cool you are is to So I saw you do that. I've seen a ton of people do that. It's not personal. A lot of people do it. Well, it's kind of personal, but it's personal to a lot of people. So it's not you're not the only person that does it. So don't worry about it. But yeah, it's just frustrating. So I'm curious because I've never, ever, my entire life heard somebody go off about how horrible, hateful, evil, misogynistic I am, and then when we get to a panel and they go to talk to me, usually they never have anything to say. They're like, oh, well, I guess I characterize you too quickly, which I guess is whatever, but like if I had feelings, they would be hurt. And it's frustrating that there are so many fucking communities in this platform that think that I'm this crazy, misogynistic monster, but I'm like pretty progressive compared to like the average person, and like even on Twitch, I think I'm a pretty progressive person, but yeah.
Yeah.
What are your main issues with Destiny?
I guess I have a problem with how things were characterized about Katarana over the course of the past week.
Sure, like what things?
And I feel like it started with Dylan's stream after the allegations were laid out.
Okay, sure. What characterizations do you think were bad?
I think you called her the manipulator in the situation, and then you went on to say, lay out the theory that they did this because they wanted to take down Prime.
I'd have to go back and watch. I don't know if I explicitly said like this was a master plan to take down Prime, or it was just kind of like a convenient thing to do. If I've said it, I'm mistaken because I think I pretty consistently said that like I don't think there's like a master plan anywhere. It's just people doing as people do, and I think there was like an easy opportunity to knock somebody off. But I stand by the manipulator thing pretty hardcore. I think that she has said as much herself, but like I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna disagree on that part.
Sure. So here's the question. Part. Yeah, can anybody ever manipulate anybody?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
So, in your opinion, what do you think is like a manipulation? What is that? What is that to you?
Taking advantage of someone. taking advantage of someone in a situation where there's like a power dynamic at play, I guess.
Okay, I don't think manipulation has anything to do with power dynamic. When I think of manipulation, my thoughts of manipulation are it's when you kind of like mislead somebody to get them to do something that they wouldn't otherwise. So if I tell a lie to somebody to get them to do something, and I view that as like kind of a form of manipulation. Theoretically, I guess you could manipulate somebody with a power dynamic situation, or having a dynamic over somebody like allows you to manipulate them easier. But I think there has to be something more. I think it's usually like misleading somebody in order to elicit a response or an action that they wouldn't otherwise given all the information. So when I look at
Misleading someone. So
I'm just gonna quit. I'm freaking hungry. Did it freeze? Oh, his stream went down.
Okay. All right. Am I here now? Am I good?
Yep, you're back.
Hello, hello.
Test. Yep, you're good.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so I would say that like Katarana misled Prime. Is the game loaded?
Not yet, no.
Oh, okay, now it's loading for me. Katarana misled Prime when she withheld her feelings about him in order to advance her career. So I would consider that to be like a form of manipulation. Like pretty straightforward.
Okay. So do you, like, is there an intentionality behind that? Like, do you think that matters if it was intentional or not?
Not really. I think it can be unintentionally abusive and unintentionally manipulative. Although I would say there was intentionality here. I would say there was intentionality here, though, because she explicitly
Wasn't
said,
that
like,
seen by the thread?
Yeah, well, she said, like, I know that I can advance my career here if I don't tell him up front how I feel about him. So that's like an intentional, like, manipulation. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
So then you agree that she was at least a little bit manipulative?
No, not a little bit.
Oh,
She
no,
was manipulative, but
No. I was just saying I see how someone else could see that. I guess.
So I'm curious, like, in what world is that not just textbook manipulation?
I just like, I feel like she didn't want to say anything because it just the situation.
Well,
like,
the situation was that she had something to gain by not saying anything. So if she misled somebody else about how she felt, then she could continue to gain off that person. It's manipulation, right?
But I don't think she did it to gain something out of it.
But she literally said that. She said she did it because she had Wait, so I can't trust what she actually literally said?
No. I'm gonna have to go back and like read.
Well, yeah, can you pull up the tweet and then read it?
Or they send the tweet like.
She literally said this stuff. Oh my!
I don't want to kill you.
I'm getting sick of these ads. Yeah, she literally said it. Like, and I said the same thing. Like, she's being manipulative. But like, I don't know. Like I said, and that, like I just said to Allie a little bit ago, like, men don't ever have to deal with this. So, like, it's not like a straightforward, like, oh, she traded clout for sexual harassment. Like, but is it manipulative? Like, yeah, obviously it's freaking manipulative. Like, you can't deny that. Should she have to, like, make that choice between one or the other? Like, either I get to continue to go on Prime's panels and continue to get sexually harassed, or I tell him I don't want to be with him, I tell him I don't like this stuff, and then maybe just, like, get blacklisted everywhere. Like, she shouldn't have to make that decision, and we can recognize that while also saying that this was manipulative. Like, it's both at the same time.
Have to like hardcore focus on this.
Like I don't want to focus on that. I mean, we can have a conversation later. Because I was gonna go.
Oh wait, isn't this like a core point of like you guys disagreeing?
Just keep going. Go ahead.
Shouldn't
No,
you
I mean-
hash it out?
No, don't worry about it.
No, I mean, I think I'm coming in here because I just feel like I've been characterized in a way that I don't like. I grouped in with people that I disagree with, just because I was on that panel, and
Hey, okay. Do you mind if I take the steering wheel for a minute? Sorry to cut you
sure.
off.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so here's the situation from my perspective, and because things have gotten a little derailed, and I just kind of want to bring them back on track.
Okay.
Seren is here to help clear her name because she feels mischaracterized and.
What's up, Kay? Hey, can you jump in VC for a minute? I gotta ask you something.
Times,
Because she's a woman. Everybody who spoke over her needs to be reported to Twitch Politics. They are children. Yo, that was a freaking spot on profession. Why did I say profession? Now I can't. Impression. That was a spot on impression of Josie, dude. Like that was. I hit the freaking money on the nail.
Is it accurate?
Did you hear what she said?
No.
She was going off about Destiny, and she was talking about how like he's like a horribly toxic streamer, and he's a child, and next time something like this happens, she's reporting them to Twitch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, things over on that in that camp. I don't know what they're doing over in that camp. It's gone a little off the rails over there.
I'm telling you, dude. Like Josie and Maddie, like these are people like a couple weeks ago I had a lot of respect for.
Yeah.
Like with Maddie, it started to fall off the rails with the whole Lauren Southern situation where she started going off making accusations that weren't true. And then with Josie, it was some of the stuff that I saw her like posting on Twitter about the Prime issue, and then all of a sudden this freaking crap. It's like, dude, like some of these people literally accused Destiny of being a groomer on that panel, and then lots of people get upset with Maddie for accusing him of being a groomer for absolutely no reason. And then she acts like she's some like horrible victim in all of this. And then other people,
yeah,
I talked about this the other day. One of the things that really frustrates me is everybody like all of a sudden it turns out that Prime's not the big bad wolf that we thought he was, and it's and a lot of this stuff is Katarana's fault. And immediately lots of these women turn around and they're like, oh, we don't need to be talking about this, guys. We don't need to be, we need to leave this alone. People just need to stop talking about this. And it's like, wait a second, dude. When this was Prime's fault, y'all were freaking running panels to talk about this crap and making ridiculous accusations about Destiny. But all of a sudden, it turns out it's the woman's fault, and now we need to shut up about it? Now everybody needs to stop talking? Like, that's so hypocritical.
Yeah, and now apparently something happened between those two and Cherry called it out on Twitter. So yeah, they're burning all kinds of bridges.
What happened with Cherry?
Apparently something was said about the women on Twitch that didn't agree with their stance on what was happening, like what the situation was. Like something in like along the lines of like self-reporting, or just like being one of those women that just listen to what the men around her are saying and go with that. And yeah, Cherry wasn't having any of that.
Ooh. Yeah, Cherry would definitely not be having any of that.
Yeah.
Ooh. That, damn. Like, these are the women, like you said, these are the women who are infantilizing women. Like, they're turning around and acting like women are incapable. And so they downplay other women's opinions and act like they don't have their own opinions because they disagree with them. And this is like stuff that freaking men would say. Like, this is sexist. This is like horribly sexist stuff to say. It is insane.
Yeah, I was in Sansal's chat, I think it was yesterday, and like he was talking about like what effects this is going to have on like the community in the future. And I put out there that like it's really, really disappointing to see how many like men in all these different chats are, I mean, obviously like they're joking, but like joking about how they're like full on MGTOW now because of stuff like this. Like, it is a joke, but behind every joke there's an ounce of truth, and the reality is that it is stuff like this that drives people further, like closer to that kind of mindset whenever it comes to women's equality. And nobody went into this really thinking about the damage that they were going to do, and it was incredibly selfish on the part of multiple people.
Yep. I actually got accused of infantilizing women today on Twitter, and
what did you do, Tom?
Brought the suspect in here to talk about it.
Wait, what?
The person who made the accusation, the person who accused me of infantilizing women, I told her, I said, well, I'm streaming right now. Why don't you just jump in my VC? And she jumped in, and I think she agreed with me by the end of it. So
who was it?
She doesn't stream. Her name's Allie or Allison, but she's not like I didn't know who she was. I don't know if she actually follows me or if she just like happened upon this stuff. But I had a video on Twitch where I say like I said people keep saying that that Katarana made a choice between clout or she traded clout for sexual harassment. And logically this is correct. But this isn't really something to criticize her on, because this isn't a decision that she should ever have to make. This isn't a trade that she should ever have to think, well, should I trade my sexual harassment for clout? And if in that, like, men will never have to deal with that. Like, men will never have to like make that decision of whether or not they want to deal with, and whether or not they want to get clout, or sorry, yeah, they'll never have to trade clout for sexual harassment. And yeah, she said that I was infantilizing women.
Interesting.
So yeah. So tell me, why do your freaking debates always turn into like you end the debates like all the time within the first couple minutes where they're like, "Oh, yep, you're right. Game over." I've never seen, I need to make like a compilation of this. You literally like beat people within the first couple minutes all the time. Literally, to where they're just like, very quickly, they're just like, okay, yeah, you're right. Debate over.
I feel like I need to like reach out and like apologize to James because this has happened multiple times on his channel and I feel really bad. Because I know it does not bring in the audience like actual like more blood sporting debate to do.
Yeah, so the guy that you were debating, the bald guy, like I've seen like small amounts of him before. I've never seen him debate though. I've seen him host on Modern Day Debate. Speaking of, like Chris just doesn't answer my messages, so he answered me like once or twice and then just stopped answering me.
Yeah, it's usually whenever I DM James directly.
Or
it's
James,
usually
not
like,
Chris. Sorry, James. Yeah.
Yeah, usually whenever I DM James or DM through Twitter, usually it's like a couple of days before he gets back to me, and then sometimes I'll reach out to him and then not hear back for like weeks. It's weird.
But yeah, so the little bit that I had seen of him, he just didn't seem like the brightest bulb, right? He didn't seem like a very smart guy. But I watched like his intro and I was immediately kind of impressed and I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. Like actually he's pretty smart. Like he understands philosophy pretty well." And then immediately is like, "Oh, yep, you got the game-changing argument. I guess this debate's over." I'm like, "Wait, you didn't think about this before you came on to this debate?" Like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. I'm glad that we had group chat. Otherwise, it would have been extremely short-lived.
I didn't watch like very long into it. Did the moderator ever figure out how to like get you guys onto a different topic? Because she was struggling. Like, I don't even want to say she was struggling. She just wasn't even trying. Like, she might be like a very nice lady. I'm not talking crap about her. I'm just saying like she wasn't like normally James will be like, okay, well, what's a different topic? And he'll just like start spitballing something else for people to debate about. But she was like, well, you still got 35 minutes of open conversation. It's like, open conversation about what?
I had never had her as like a mod before on there. She's like brand new to me.
I saw her, so she actually did the JF versus perspective philosophy, which was a pretty big debate. I hadn't seen her before. I had heard her voice when she did that one, but yeah.
Yeah, like it was an interesting debate. I enjoyed the conversation.
What's up with this freaking picture? Okay. What is up with your profile picture on Discord?
One of my followers made that for me.
Really?
I am a video game character, Tom.
You have one or you are one?
I am one. I am a video game character.
Well, congratulations.
I know. Fulfilling, my wildest dreams there. So is that the question you wanted to ask me? How do I end debates in the first 15 minutes?
Yes. You're like Muhammad Ali of debates. You just like, you get the KO within the first couple minutes or first couple seconds and then
game over. It is? Like honestly, it's not...
My volume got crazy loud or wait. K's volume or my volume? Like my mic
Did
or
I
my
get-
shared mic?
Did I get crazy loud? Because my headphone died and then I had to get the other one turned back on. So I was like talking to my phone speaker and then it went back up to my headphone speaker. So that might have been it.
She's not responding now. She might need to hit the live button.
Yeah, but you know what it is, honestly? Like, it's not even anything like super complicated. It's the fact that, and like Kaz even said it last night. He's like, "Well, I was like expecting you to be way more combative than that." Like, people come into debates with me, especially whenever it's on abortion. Like, they come into the debate, like,
is it
prepared to just like come in swinging, and then like I'm like, "Hey, let's like have a conversation." Like, okay, like. We're just going to have a casual discussion. We're not going to even debate. Like, this isn't a debate. We're just going to have a casual discussion about our different opinions, like, on this issue.
Yeah.
And whenever they realize that I'm not here to fight, they're like, oh, okay.
So your desktop audio is just crazy, crazy loud right now, and everything's distorting. Both of you guys are distorting. We can hear all the fish tanks. We can hear all your clicking. And it's both mics.
What the heck? Hold on, because on my side, everything's still the same. It didn't change at all.
I'm going to catch it up and see what it's like now.
Both of you guys are distorted.
Yep, still going.
We can hear all your clicking. There's both mics.
I don't have any fish tanks on.
I'm hearing something in the background. Like, I can hear absolutely everything in your room.
All right, hold on. Here, turn that off for a second.
Hang on.
Okay, hold on.
You know what? Hang on. Let me check something. I'm going to just check on my desktop and see if it sounds any different. Hang on.
Yeah, no, it's
Maybe.
just you.
All right, yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah, B. Heller said his side is fine too, so it's definitely not mine.
Oh, yeah. Let me see.
Any chance you have things echoing? Like
go to
two windows open at the same time.
Okay, no, never mind. It's something weird happened with my phone. I think what happened was I switched devices and it had it gained up for one device, and then the other one was, different volume or something. I don't know. It's weird. But
Okay.
that was strange. Yeah, I thought for some reason it was you guys. But yeah, something weird with my phone.
Yeah, because I actually got quieter when I opened up Discord. I actually got quieter, and so did Kay.
How very, very strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had it on my kitchen speakers, and then I switched to my headset, and it hit my eardrums so hard. It's like, holy crap. I could hear everything in your room. The thing is, your noise suppression doesn't seem to be working anymore for whatever reason, so I can hear all the stuff going on in your room, and when it was gained up really loud, I could hear it exceptionally loud.
There is nothing in the studio that's on. Like I did a bunch of stuff for the AIU video earlier and made sure that there was no background noise.
Weird.
Sure that there was no background
strange.
noise.
Well, whatever. Glad it's a false alarm. By the way, there is a situation that has brewed thanks to my irrelevant appearance and my Destiny appearance. I flipped over to Discord to see 106 messages waiting for me, like from one group.
From one group? Like a group message?
A group message that just started like 30 minutes ago. And yeah, unfortunately, I have a feeling it'd be a bit of a mess on certain streamers, on certain streams. I guess we'll see what happens.
Let's see.
Oh, well. Whatever. I know I'm in the right. I'm not the one who's going after people, Spoke my piece about being dragged into something that was targeting people.
The only thing I would have done differently is I would have mentioned that, like, what's her name? Maddie apologized for this stuff. Because she seems to have been quiet about it ever since, right? Like, she
Yeah, she has, but now we're dealing with the blowback that like Seren is getting. Right, Seren? Yeah, Seren is getting, and that hasn't stopped. So, and that was continuing to travel. It traveled to AhRelevant. It traveled to Destiny. It traveled to others. So you're kind of forced into a position. If you're going to put an end to that, you kind of have to bring up, look, you're missing context here. There's more to this than what you're seeing. Here's what actually happened, which means that we have no choice but to bring up Maddie and Josie. And Josie is still going. But Maddie is the one who started this. Yes, she apologized. Unfortunately, what she did has caused reverberations that are continuing to negatively affect other creators. And that forces us into a position of having to mention her name. There's no choice.
I know.
I have a DM. I have a DM on my Twitter waiting from Maddie. I haven't answered it yet.
I'm gonna... Let's see. What's Josie's name on Twitter?
I have no idea. You act like I pay attention to Twitter. For me, Twitter
sorry, not Twitter,
platform.
Twitch. Sorry, Twitch.
Josie Rose SC, I think.
Yes.
No underscores.
Okay, then that's what we need to be watching.
Probably gonna have to watch Maddie too, because Maddie just kind of blew up at us.
Did she?
In this private group, yeah.
But
kind of looks like it.
She's not live.
Nope. No, not live yet. I guess we'll find out. But she's pissed.
Okay. Well, tell her to come on. Tell her to jump in.
No, she's not in the group anymore. She left. And I doubt she'll respond to me at this point.
Send her a DM. Tell her to come jump in.
I'm getting ready to do my own stream. So
Okay.
I don't mind coming back on once I'm on my stream.
Okay.
So yeah, if you want to DM her.
Okay.
Something while I'm getting ready. That's cool. I'll be ready. I'll be live at well, I was going to be live at 10, but I ended up getting disrupted. So we're saying 10:30 at this point. So that's Pacific time. So.
Okay. So like in an hour.
Yeah, 1 hour.
Okay. All right.
All righty.
All
See
right.
you soon.
See you. All right.
Quack. Hey Alejandra. Hey Sailor. Hey Comrade. How are all of you? Static. How are you? Good to see all of you. Good to see all of you.
I'm gonna pull this up so you can
this
see
probably
this.
isn't going.
Josie looks awesome in this freaking stream. All right, you got it? Okay.
Yeah.
I pulled up a video. Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, here we go.
You've been busy? Yeah, I know. Been busy too. Been having to try to work during the worst thing I've experienced on Twitch so far. Like the worst. You writing the letter, Lauren, so they're asking about availability topic and stuff? Maybe. We'll see. That sounds good. Give me a second here. Yeah. So I am pissed. I am emotional. It has been hard for me to concentrate at work. Yeah, please stop. Static. It has been hard because I have seen, and I usually have music when I do these things, right? Like I usually have music, and I don't have music right now because I am so angry. Hey, Corn. So angry. Absolutely livid. Okay. Now, a lot of you yesterday probably saw my talk with the female streamers that were, hey Sam, how are you? Good to see you. And the female content creators yesterday. And I'm angry. I'm very, very angry with the fallout, how the narrative has been twisted. But most of all, I'm angry that has been a complete dogpiling of female content creators. A complete dogpiling. Personal friends that I care deeply about having to deal with crisis mentally and emotionally. People having take after take after take online relentlessly, from multiple Reddit posts to death threats to complete and utter destruction of people's characters, from horrible language used against females and women that you would think is absolutely against TOS. People who have been platforming an extremely toxic narrative for ideology's sake, for pride, for ego. So few people cared about the damages that would follow the content creators that were there to speak about nuance, to speak about actual changes that we could make to the community here on Twitch. Thank you for being here. It's not a cookie.
I mean, I've been critical of pretty much everybody involved. Prime, Cat, Dylan, Maddie, now Josie. And I have also gone on to come up with solutions and organize the arbitration group in Twitch Politics to fix this. And like I assume if I come up with the same criticisms as everybody else, like I assume I am going to be taken more seriously then, right? Like, is that the... Why? Stop saying Prime did nothing wrong. He's already admitted that he did something wrong. Like, you end up sounding stupid if you say Prime did nothing wrong. Also, he lied when he said that he did something wrong. Like, how can you say both of those things at the same time? How is he a liar about when he said that he did something wrong? How is he lying about that? Dude, optics. I don't give a crap. I don't give a crap. Like, you don't lie for optics. You don't lie for optics. Like, you can say, like, you can change the way you say something, but to straight up lie, and I'm telling you, I know Prime. I know he believes what it is he's saying about Cat. I know he is. Like, I'm telling you, I know he believes that that he did something wrong. Like, I've already talked to him about this stuff. You guys cannot tell me what's actually happening. You're just coming up with theories. Stop saying he didn't actually do anything wrong. Like, he...
My issue with this is, like,
Here.
first of all, it's incredibly overdramatic. She's being incredibly dramatic here, and, like, everything that she's saying about what her and Maddie are experiencing could be then turned around on them. Like, they obviously didn't care about the fallout whenever Maddie accused Destiny of being a groomer live on Twitch. Like, that could have had some very serious repercussions for him. Had Maddie had, you know, a larger platform to weaponize against him, saying something like that is so incredibly irresponsible with your platform.
Yep. Brittany, will you just jump in the VC real quick? This doesn't make any sense. Like, literally, you are contradicting yourself at the same time. You can't say both of these things. Plus, like, they did have more than enough evidence to say that Prime did something wrong. It's just not enough for him to be canceled over. And they misrepresented what it was that they said that he did wrong. Like, they were incorrect about what he did wrong. But that doesn't mean that now, because they misrepresented what he did wrong, now he just did nothing wrong. Like, now everything is washed away. That's not how this works. That's not synth. This is Fellowz. Oh, boot synth from the server. Oh, you can use a different name. You can change your name. As soon as you get in, you're able to change it to a nickname. Nobody would be able to see what your actual name is. Or if there's another server somewhere, you can the link is in my description. Or if there's another server somewhere, I could, like, if you're afraid, I'll go jump out of this one and come back in a minute. Yeah, that's fine. If you want, yeah, if you want to send me a an invite to your server. Hey, Baseman.
The whole situation has so unraveled and so unwound itself that it has caused mental trauma to people across the community, streamer or not.
So I guess what matters here, and what I would need to ask Josie is, what matters more? That some people are having trauma from hearing the truth, or that the truth comes out? Which one is more important to you? Which one do you value higher? Because so far it doesn't, I haven't heard her talk about people lying, right? Maybe she did, but I didn't hear it. I didn't hear her talk about people being, about people lying or saying things that are untrue.
Yeah, like, I don't know. It just, to me, my issue with this whole thing is, like, it seemed like once they didn't have anybody to kind of manhunt, once it really came out that they didn't have as much on Prime as they thought that they did, and they had kind of come out guns blazing, instead of just walking it back and apologizing, kind of like Hans did whenever he came out kind of heated at the beginning of the situation, like, they doubled down on it, and then, like, it just, the hole kept getting deeper, and now here they are having to have, like, these super dramatic streams about, like, all of the trauma that they're experiencing because people are bullying them for being incredibly irresponsible with their platforms.
Okay. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, and then when I come back, I'm gonna jump in with Brittany. You don't have to stay if you don't want to, but I'll be back in a little bit.
I'm gonna head to bed.
Okay. Well, thanks for jumping in.
See ya.
See you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, there we go.
Okay. Who is that?
Wait, let me turn off this. Wait, let me see if I can hear you. Can I hear you? Oh, I can't hear you for some reason. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can. All right, there we go. I don't know. People just jumping in. Right, let's see if this works. Say something again.
Hello, hello.
Okay, we're good. All right, we're good. Okay, so let's talk.
Okay. So, if Prime admits to doing something wrong, why would you continue to deny that and act as though he did nothing wrong?
Because this is something that we have conditioned liberal men to do, to apologize for anything and everything. Like, even if they didn't actually do something wrong, we've trained them into, if somebody says something, then it's wrong. No matter what, you've done it, you're wrong, and you should apologize. And that's just become this whole conditioned thing that, so no matter what, he's going to apologize. Because he maybe, if I maybe made you feel bad, or if I did something that offended you and I didn't, like, he's just going to apologize because that's the right thing to do for optics' sake and just to be the decent person in this situation. That does not mean that he actually did anything wrong, though.
Okay. So when we look at the messages that were sent back and forth, and we see like that she kept saying things like, "Oh, I don't think I have time for a boyfriend," or "You don't want to be with me," or "Don't hold your breath." Do you think that you would have like picked up on some of these signals? And
I think that there was flirting going on. I think she used that flirting to get the things that she wanted. And now, after she did that, using her flirting to move up the ladder or get whatever her streaming career, and now she's going to turn around and then use that as a weapon that she was taken advantage of. Are you kidding me? If anything, Prime was taken advantage of.
so what makes you think that she was flirting? Like, what evidence do you have of
She
that?
for sure was. Okay, hello. This is not some innocent girl here. Like, she clearly went with Prime. Then she went with Haas. Now she's going to Dylan. She's not an innocent person in this whole scenario at all. No matter how innocent girl she was trying to come off, she is not innocent.
Okay, so again, what evidence do you have of her flirting with him?
There was flirtatious texts. We saw them.
Like what?
They were flirty. They were flirty. Come on.
Like what? I'm asking.
And then they had those like long ass phone calls, and she was leading him on clearly, and like kind of giving him like a sense that, all right, maybe not now, but there's still hope.
I would agree with that. That like it seemed as though like I don't think she purposefully led him on. I think that she was sending the right signals, but she wasn't being blunt enough with them. She should have been more clear in what she was saying. So like anybody with the foresight or like anybody who sees afterwards that she says, "Hey, I wanted to break things off with him, but I just didn't have like the courage to say things straight up."
But she had the courage to go and tell thousands of people on a live stream all about it.
So, but
she's not that scared as you think.
I didn't say she was scared. I haven't said any of the things that you keep.
Well, you said she didn't have the courage.
That I'm saying after she says,
Mhm.
I wanted to tell him no, but I didn't have the courage to tell him no. When we then go back and look at her older messages and see what it is she was saying to him, we can all see pretty clearly, like, she was actually saying those things. She just wasn't saying it clearly enough.
No, I think she was still kind of leading him on and using that to get her own career going and moving up to different people. And she was using her own flirtation to be able to, and hey, more power to you, but don't turn around and then use it as like you're a victim. That's what I have an issue with. You want to flirt your way and do that, go for it. But don't turn yourself into a victim afterward, because you're not.
So when she says that she felt uncomfortable with these things, and we can see that she sent people messages months ago, like all the way back in like April, and like we can see that she was telling people for a while that she was uncomfortable with this stuff. What do you think? She planned this all out ahead of time, like months ahead of time?
I don't know what she was doing. I have no idea. We still haven't seen all of the messages, but I don't think that she's a victim, and I don't think she's a scared little bird. I don't think any of that. She went on a freaking stream and publicized this to everybody. So, yeah, I'm not buying this whole victim mentality that people are trying to portray her as. She's not a victim.
Okay, but like when we talk about what is sexual harassment, normally we would define this as unwanted sexual advances or sexual attention, right? It seems, again, even from the DMs that he sent for that Prime showed, that she was like pushing away, and even again he says,
Hold
like,
on, I gotta address your chat really quick. Tom, this is irresponsible platforming. Yeah, I'm sure that all the people right here, it's really, really irresponsible. Give me a freaking break. Like, I could easily go and say this on my own platform, by the way. So let's not act like this is some kind of irresponsible platforming.
It's not irresponsible platforming if I'm pushing back against it responsibly.
These are the same people that like want nobody platform that has a different opinion. So it's hysterical to listen to that shit.
So when he says, like, yes, I can see now that she was uncomfortable, don't you think like it would have been better for him to just say, look, she was flirting with me. She was
it wouldn't be better for him at all, and not in that kind of audience. Oh my god, he would get attacked by the freaking everybody if he said that.
But like 90% of people are on his side now. It's a very small minority
They're
of
on
people.
his side because he's now the victim in this.
Exactly.
That's why. And
No.
he's coming off as the nice guy who is trying to, like, make sure that everybody's happy, and he's like making sure she's okay, and he's protecting her still, even after she came after him. I mean, it would be the dumbest thing ever if he made any kind of attack towards her. That would be so stupid.
I completely disagree. Like,
oh, come on.
No, he would have looked so much better if he had shown that she would.
Get real. You don't actually believe that. Stop it.
He would have looked so much better if he had shown texts from her where she's saying, like, or where she's actually flirting with him, where she's actually reciprocating the feelings, or like reciprocating what it is that he's sending to her. Like, he would have looked 100 times better and looked like more of a victim. But instead, he says over and over, she is like, what she felt is still real, and what I did is still real. It's just that they made it sound worse than it actually was, and that is the case.
But how many isn't that like almost the prepared response to any of this that happens? Like that?
No.
Oh, come on. Anytime anybody's accused of anything, they instantly go with that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's the smart response to go with. That they
like when?
Whatever was
Who else does this?
I'm just saying in general, like anytime anybody's like been slightly like Me Too'd, even like when they didn't do anything, that's the response. That's the right response to have.
I've never seen that before.
I misread the signals, or like we obviously had two different ideas or whatever it is. If I made them feel uncomfortable, that was never my intention.
But he doesn't just say if I made them feel uncomfortable. He says her claims are still legitimate and I still messed up.
Yeah, but like, what do they say? They usually say, "Oh, their feelings are valid." The way, if that's how, like, that's just what they say. Come on, you're not being honest. You know,
who is
just
they?
in general,
this.
guys
like
that,
who?
Guys that get accused,
I think you're making this up.
No, I'm not.
Then give me an example. It happens all the time. Tell me somebody who does.
Al Franken did it.
Al Franken.
Yes.
I've never.
If I made them feel uncomfortable, then I apologize. And he did that with. I mean, it happens every single time.
I mean, no. Most of what I see is like Andrew Cuomo's coming out saying, "No, they're all lying. None of this happened. They're all
Andrew
trying
Cuomo
to
doing
get
that
me."
was a Trump move. That was a Trump move. It was a New Yorker move. That is not the normal response.
Or Trump doing it, or who's the Johnny Depp, or
but like
that's
those guys
the norm.
That's not the norm. How can you say that? Come on.
I mean,
that's not the norm.
I can very easily just name like 3 or 4 people who did.
But
this.
that's not the norm.
You've got
and it's
one
no.
with Al Franken.
It is the more common response. What you have is not the common response at all. It's the rare response. You know I'm right.
No,
you know
not.
I'm right, Tom. Yes, you know I'm right, but you know that you have to also play to a certain audience as well. So you have to say these things because you know they'll come after you. For me, I don't care.
They can't come after me. There's nothing.
But they will. They will. They will.
I'm saying they can try.
You got a lot of feminazis in your audience right now that will come after you if you don't.
There is nothing
you don't toe the line
that
right.
they can do to me. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and the people who are in my audience, lots of them come here because they do trust what it is that I have to say, not because they come here to force me to say what they want me to say. Like that, we can look at what was actually said and see, like that it is true. He made her feel uncomfortable. She did try telling.
I don't think she felt uncomfortable. I don't think that. I don't
but
believe that at all.
But you're just making that up. Like
I know.
I'm not making.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
No, that's my opinion.
All right. Well, that's kind of what I'm trying to get to. Is like the rest of us,
that's my opinion.
Like because they keep speculating, right? And the whole problem with them coming out with all of this stuff is that a lot of it was just speculation about Prime with Kat and Dylan, and so that was like why everything blew up, is because they were speculating instead of actually showing proof and evidence of the claims that they were making. So everybody blew up on them and denounced everything that they were saying. It could still be true. We have no clue. There's just not evidence of it. And so if there's not evidence of it, then we're not going to listen to that crap.
And see, that's the thing. That's the thing that happens. And this is actually what happened to Al Franken. There was a picture, and then the narrative was put out there. And it doesn't matter what actual intentions were made or what really happened. The narrative was more powerful. So when you have certain things that you can kind of twist into whatever narrative you want, people are going to run with that if they have an ulterior motive. All the people that were involved all had conflicts of interest and all had ulterior motives. And those are the people that you better question a hell of a lot when they make an accusation that's so unbelievably mild that it was flirtatious text messages. Like, who the hell is a victim of flirtatious text messages? It's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, it wasn't just flirtatious text messages. They were on voice calls a lot. They were on video calls.
She also initiated.
He said that
we saw the logs that she initiated a bunch of them.
She did, yes. I'm not look. I have been very critical of her this entire time, so I'm not letting her off the hook. But this is two-sided, where we can look and say, okay, Prime did miss a lot of signals, and Prime did come on strong and aggressively and made her feel uncomfortable. But at the same time, we can look at the information that they came out with and the accusations that they came out with and say they had no evidence for any of that. All they had evidence of is that Prime wasn't getting the signal. That's all they showed, is Prime's not getting the signal. He's not getting the hint. And so when we go back, right, we criticize them for saying, hey, you didn't have evidence for this. You didn't actually show anything that you were claiming. But then we all turn around and do the same thing and start throwing accusations around and making claims that we can't prove.
They put everybody in this situation when they put the stuff out there, because that's all we really have at this point now, is to kind of like read people's body language, read people's intentions, try to like pick the parts and pieces that we can together and kind of come to our own conclusions. That's really all we can do at this point.
I would maybe agree with that if Prime didn't come out and give his own side of the story. And you can say, like, maybe Prime's not telling the truth, or maybe he's just doing this for optics.
It's not. I'm not saying he's lying. I'm saying that.
But it would be a lie.
He's playing. No, it's not.
Yes, it would be. If what you're saying is true, it is a lie. It is a bad lie too.
No, because I'm saying that he didn't do anything wrong.
But he said he did something wrong.
No, what he would be saying is that like he misread their relationship. So even then, he didn't do anything wrong.
No, he straight up said that he did something wrong.
No.
And that he sexually harassed her. He said these things.
What? No, wait, show me that I sexually harassed her.
That's what
Please
he
show me
said.
that.
He said, I believe that she felt sexually harassed. That is what he said.
Okay, I'm going to need to see this. I would love to see this one.
I don't have it like on hand, but it's in the first VOD that he came out with. That's why people freaked out about the feminazi panel when they all started saying that, like, oh, he refused to admit that he did anything wrong. It's like, dude, he literally just said everything that you wanted him to say. What are you talking about? So
I'm gonna have to see like how he said that, because I don't remember him saying anything about, oh yeah, I sexually harassed her. No.
Even if he didn't say that, like, let's say, okay, so will you agree that he said that he made her feel uncomfortable?
I think he said like something like he misread their relationship or whatever, and that he thought that that it was reciprocated, and that was his fault. That's where he was like showing his own guilt. Like he misread things is what he's saying. And so if he made her feel uncomfortable, he apologizes for that. Okay. I still don't think he did anything wrong, though. Because if he's misreading it, which I guarantee you she was flirting. Guarantee you.
Either I would be fine with saying that he, like... I don't know. So I would be fine with saying that he didn't intentionally sexually harass her. And, like, lots of times, like, you cannot do anything wrong and still sexually harass somebody, right? Like, normally it's based on, like, the other person and whether or not they feel as though what it is that you're doing is acceptable or makes them feel uncomfortable, right? Normally it's on the other person.
But the person has to know that they're making them uncomfortable.
Why?
Because I just think that, like, if somebody is not even aware of something... you can't change any kind of behavior if you don't know you're doing something wrong.
Well, if you do something...
Let's look at the definition of harassment. Aggressive pressure or intimidation. What was the intimidation?
Wait, that's not the same as sexual harassment.
No, because you can add the sexual sexual aspect to that.
In sexual harassment, the definition is a bit different. All
right, let's look at it. Sexual harassment is a type of harassment involved the use of explicit or implicit sexual overtones, including the unwelcome and inappropriate.
Unwelcome and inappropriate sexual remarks or physical advances in a workplace or other professional or social situation.
Wait, hold on. I'm reading the same thing. Sexual harassment is a type of harassment involving the use of explicit or implicit sexual overtones, including the unwelcome and inappropriate promise of reward in exchange for sexual favors. Sexual harassment includes a range of actions from verbal transgressions to sexual abuse or assault. Harassment can occur in many different social settings, such as workplace, home, school, church. Harassers or victims may be of any age of sex. I still think that he would need to know, because if she's flirting with him, or if there's anything, and he thinks that there's some kind of like hope of a relationship there, then then he's clearly thinking that this is being reciprocated.
Yeah, he's not being malicious in what it is he's doing, right? He's not being malicious.
But I also think that like maybe she led him on a little bit because she wanted to advance her own career.
Do you think that
now that she led him on, and he's kind of like going with that, he's been like led to believe that maybe there's some kind of feelings there, and he's advanced that a bit, and now she's going to cry foul after she got what she wanted from him. So and that kind of sucks for Prime because now it's like he's gonna have to worry about any girl that like maybe doesn't have a platform or anything, what their motives might be, because hey, maybe they're just using him for to advance themselves. And
okay, so let's say there's this girl named Ashley, right? She's at a bar. She looks over at a guy. She like winks at him. She's wearing very like sexually revealing clothing. Like hiked up skirt, low cut.
Get
shirt.
to it. Just
he comes over and he's like, "Hey babe, nice tits." Like, well, we can think like, okay, she didn't want the sexual attention from this guy. She probably shouldn't have been blowing kisses to him and everything, right?
Wait, hold on. She was blowing kisses to the guy?
Or sorry, not blowing kisses. Sorry, winking at him. She shouldn't have been winking at him.
Okay, but
right?
No. Well, yeah, no. If he did that after she's winking at the guy, then
Okay, listen.
I don't think the guy did anything wrong by commenting on her.
Okay, so listen. So we can say the guy probably isn't wrong in his approach, and she was probably wrong if say she feels she doesn't feel okay with the situation and feels like he came on a little bit too strong, and she didn't realize that the signs that she was sending him was going to mean that he was going to come on that strong. Can we both say that one, he sexually harassed her and didn't do anything wrong, and that it was her fault that she ended up getting sexually harassed?
I'm sorry, I got a message during that last part, so say that.
Can we both say that one, he didn't do anything wrong,
right.
Two, that she felt sexually harassed, and three, that maybe she played a part in her getting sexually harassed?
Maybe.
So that's the way I see this, is that Kat played a part in herself getting sexually harassed, but that doesn't mean that she wasn't sexually harassed, and that Prime still came on a little bit strong, and maybe like he is awkward, so we can look and say he wasn't malicious in the way that he came on strong, but he still ended up coming on strong and made her feel sexually harassed.
I still don't think she felt sexually harassed. I think she was using this as a tool. I think that I really don't think she's quite as this like innocent victim here. I really don't.
I'm not saying she's an innocent victim. I literally just said that she plays a part in this, right?
Oh, I know you said that, but I'm just saying, like, I just don't think she even felt harassed. I think she kind of I don't know.
But you keep saying that, and then you say that you don't have any evidence for this, and that you.
It's just a woman's intuition.
But do you not think that it would be irresponsible for you to go around giving an opinion that you have no evidence for?
Well, I wish I didn't. Like, but like when you put your stuff out there and when you put your stuff in the public, then that's what you're going to be getting.
Wait, but to say that's what you're going to be getting, I agree. But that doesn't mean that it's okay for them to be getting that. Like, to say, like, yes, you should have known that this was going to come, but does that make it okay for me to then go do it? No, probably not.
Yeah, it does. I think it does. For me to give my opinion based on the information that I have, yeah, why not?
No, it's not based on the information that you have. You just said it's your opinion. You don't have any...
All of this is going to be, but everything is going to be somebody's opinion. We've all been given the same information pretty much, and now we form our own opinions based on that information. I'm forming my opinion based on the same information. You might form a different opinion, and that's fine.
I don't think it's as opinionated as you think it is. Like, I think there.
Oh, but it is. It absolutely is. Most of the stuff always is, and most of the stuff is going to be on judging somebody by just the person in general, and the kind of signs that they're giving off, because nobody knows exactly what happened on those phone calls. We don't know, so we all have to guess.
Right, but again, you're literally putting out like information that you have nothing to back it up. Like,
yeah, and I say that though.
But
so
that's the same
it's
as
okay.
that's the same as making things up.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not. No, it's not because I'm
things
pretty
up.
clear that it's my opinion. I don't know
Right.
these people
No,
personally.
No, that's
so
fine.
why would it? Why would I like?
That's fine that it's your opinion. I understand.
Okay.
But you are still making it up. Like, your opinion
not.
isn't
Yeah.
backed up by facts. It's just an
No.
opinion
No,
based
the
on what you
opinion is-
think might have happened.
No, the opinion is based on the information I have and what I'm leaning to it. So that's my opinion. I'm sorry, but that's how opinions work.
Right, but like, her opinion was that he was malicious, that he did things incorrectly, that he sexually harassed her. That was her opinion, and she got in trouble for coming out with that information. This is like two wrongs make a right. Like, she was wrong and she did this, so I should do it too. It is the same.
No, it's not the same at all. It wasn't my personal stuff that was being put out. They put their personal stuff. She put their personal stuff out there. That was her decision to do that. For whatever reason, they decided to put that out there. They don't get to cry foul at what happens after the
I'm not
fact.
talking about them. I'm talking
That
about
is,
me.
but that is what you're. But that's what you're saying. You're acting like I'm doing something unfair to her, basically, because that's what I'm kind of going after here. You're acting like I'm doing something unfair to her when she was the one who decided to go public with it.
So if somebody does something wrong, do I get to
Mhm.
accuse them of a bunch of other wrong things that they didn't do?
I would need more.
Well, like, people call Mio a Nazi, right? So say, like, they think he's a Nazi, so now they're going to go also say that he murdered somebody as well, because they think he did one thing wrong. Now they're going to add a bunch of other wrong things onto it.
Same. Come on.
No,
stop it.
This is the argument that I have with
No,
other
you're
people
being-
all the
you're
time.
being
Is they
completely
think
bad faith
no, they
now.
think this person is bad. This is a bad person. So now
God,
I
be
can
real.
hurl whatever accusations at them
Okay.
that I want.
No, you're being ridiculous. We're talking
That's
about
what you're
motives.
doing.
No, I'm talking about what the motives are here, and that's all we kind of can go with here.
Wait, no, you're not just talking about motives.
Yeah, I am.
No, you didn't just talk about motives. You said
Absolutely.
that she's not innocent and that she did this like almost on purpose. Is what you're?
Wait. Oh yeah, I did say that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Because I
that's
think
not
that she's
just
using her
motives.
sexual. I think she's using her sexuality to advance her career, and I think that because she went with him, or she was with Prime, and then she like hooked up with Hans. Now she's with Dylan. I mean, there's a pattern here. So
What-
I don't
so what
think
is the
she was all
pattern?
that
Hold on.
innocent.
No.
I don't think she was that innocent when she was like having these little flirtatious things with Prime, when she literally was doing it with two other guys.
Wait, hold on. What does that mean? So what is
means there's
what
a
is the
fucking
pattern? What is
pattern.
the pattern? That she's a slut? Is that
pattern of her-
the idea?
The pattern is she's using her sexuality to advance her career, which again, fine, go ahead. Just don't turn around and then cry foul afterwards.
Wait, how did she do that with Hans?
She didn't do it with Hans.
But you just said Hans.
I said she hooked up with Hans.
You said she did it with Hans.
No, I said she hooked up with Hans. I'm saying that
Okay.
there's a pattern of her like using her sexuality with different guys. Now she went around and turned around because maybe she has a boyfriend now or whatever, or she was done with Prime and didn't want him to keep flirting with her. So she decided that she needed to get rid of him, and he wasn't taking the hint at that point. So now she's crying foul.
Okay.
I don't know why she decided to make it go public though. That was stupid.
All right. I mean, I guess if you're willing to admit that, like, none of this is based on fact, it's just what you're
it's
making
based
up,
on-
then that's fine.
It's based on what I've seen.
Okay.
That's all. All right.
All right. Well, I appreciate
I'll see you back in
jumping
the
in.
chat.
All right. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Is Jolah still around? Did I lose Jolah? It's a cringe 2019 meme, dude. Just letting you know. Wow. Thanks. I'm so glad I have you here to tell me what's cringe. Thank goodness. And it doesn't mean crap for speculation. Well, that's the problem. You shouldn't be speculating. Like, that's the whole point. Like, Britt just felted you on. What? Bro, this is like, you are one of those people who come from kiwi farms where you guys literally just make stuff up as you go. Like, this means nothing to me. What's up, Jolah? You're on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you.
I'm on my phone. I don't know if you saw any of my tweets or posts on YouTube. On the community tab, but I got sent home from college to quarantine.
Oh no!
Because I was running like 102 fever for a couple days, so I've been just like laying in bed and waiting for testing all the past like 2 or 3 days. Like, I swear to God, yesterday, dude, I waited a total of like 6 hours to get tested for COVID, and oh my God, it was so hot out, and I had these like fever chills, and the sun it was just like burning me, dude. Like, I've had a terrible experience so far. I'm hoping that it doesn't come back positive, but yeah. How have you been?
I've been good. I had COVID almost exactly a year ago. It sucked. Like, it really sucked. I had one of the more severe cases. Well, I hope it's not COVID, dude. That would suck.
Did you have any like standout symptoms that were like worse than anything you ever felt before?
My migraine.
Migraine, okay.
The migraine was by far the worst thing. He lost his hair from it. Yeah. The loss of taste afterwards, like, I couldn't taste anything for 2 weeks after I started feeling better. 07's in chat for Tom's COVID hair. He used to be so nice.
What's your vaccine take?
People should get vaccines.
Do you think mandates are okay?
I don't know. Like, didn't we have like mandates for what do you call it? Like for like smallpox and for like babies when they're first born and stuff like that. Like, didn't we used to have a bunch of vaccine mandates?
Yeah. It's one of those things right now. Just, it's really politicized. So the COVID vaccine, of course, is the one vaccine that is super deadly because, if the government wants to kill you, this is how they need to do it, through a COVID vaccine. Of course. Yeah, but
that would make so much sense.
The thing about like how people usually do vaccine like mandates for schools and stuff, I think that makes sense. I saw a lot of companies are charging vaccine, or like they're charging unvaccinated employees extra insurance premiums because it costs a lot of money to put somebody in the hospital for 5 days. And if you're not vaccinated and you get COVID, there's a good chance, even if you don't die, you're going to incur some pretty high like medical costs. So they said, well, if you're not going to get vaccinated, you're going to foot the bill for it. And I guess that goes for things like Medicaid and stuff too, and Medicare. Even if you're like overweight or something, you're putting a higher strain on the insurance system than somebody who is healthy. The same thing with like, if you're vaccinated, you're putting less of a strain on the healthcare system.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting to say, like, you have to foot somebody else's bill if you get them sick. Although I think that would probably be like impossible to prove.
Yeah, if you drive drunk and you hit somebody, it's a little bit easier to point that out than it is if you're being like crazy. infected with COVID, and people might not know and all that stuff. But anyway, I forget what you wanted to even talk about.
So you were on stream the other day, and you were like, "Yo, I haven't even seen anybody come back at my pollution take." And then you were starting to talk about how it's okay for people to throw trash in the ocean, for like an individual to throw trash in the ocean because corporations are pumping so much pollution into the water anyways, to where your trash isn't actually going to make much of a difference.
So when I said that, it was in comparison to the Hassan House controversy.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to hear was a rebuttal to how, like, maybe how that couldn't be compared. So, like, Hassan would say, it doesn't matter if I live the most consumerist, capitalistic life possible because, you know, even if I do donate money, the system's not going to change. And I said, what if, like, environmentalists said that? You know, if I throw this bottle in the ocean, it doesn't matter because corporations dump oil in the ocean every day. Like, so, you know, if I can't change what Exxon Mobil's doing when they're dumping or like the oil spills that we see, you know, every single like month or whatever, if I can't change that, why even care about dumping or, you know, dumping plastic in the ocean?
So you're not actually saying that that's a good argument. You're just saying that, like, that would be analogous to the argument that he's making.
I think it runs down a similar path, and that's what I wanted sort of tested, because I feel like a lot of people online with Hassan just generally like Hassan, and it seems that people like Vosh, when they talk about Hassan, see it from a more I don't know what word exactly to use, but I guess you could say pragmatic. They say, like, we'd rather people be socialists, even if they are going to be really bad people while being a socialist. We would rather them being on our side as a bad person than be a good person who's not on our side. I feel like that's their general take. Do you think that's comparable? Or
I think that makes sense, but the problem is that, like, when you accept something as a standard, then it's now okay for everybody else to do it. So, like, with throwing trash in the ocean, like, well, if we allow this to happen, then it's not just one individual. Now it's going to be tons of people, to the point where it could actually be a lot worse than anything that any corporation is dumping into the ocean. And so I think it'd be the same with socialists. Like, if you're going to hold a standard to where, like, they can hold beliefs that they don't actually enact in the real world and just pretty much be a grifter, then, like, you're pretty much making it to where it's going to harm your movement and make you guys look really bad, because nobody will believe any of the things that you're saying.
If you don't actually live out your, like, so Hassan, for example, although he's reaching 80,000, 100,000 people, or whatever, if he's not living out those values, eventually, although it may seem like right now, I would say he has a generally positive impact on the platforms that he's on. But in the long term, if you set the standard that, like, if you believe in these things, you don't actually have to act on them in any way, then it all falls apart in the end. And, like, how I view it too, you said about the recycling thing, like, if everybody throws bottles in the ocean without caring, that'll add up to an even bigger problem. And I guess you could stay with, like, voting too. If everybody just says, I don't want to vote, or everybody says, I don't want to, I don't know, do anything to do a small contribution, then things can fall apart. But also, when you are focusing on, like, a people-centered grassroots movement for anything, it's going to take millions of people all pushing in the right direction as much as they possibly can. And I do know people who make $30,000-$40,000 a year, maybe less, who do donate money, who do donate their time and all that stuff. They're pushing in the right direction. So I think the excuses people make for somebody like Hassan, who did get really lucky, and I said this before, I don't know if you saw Destiny's Hassan rant, but I've said this before, like, he got very lucky. It's not like he went through hardships to get to his position. He was given up a spot in media. He was, adopted into his family's media company, the Young Turks. He's a model. He's a very attractive. Naturally and tall man who gets to be a anarchist model or whatever, while also being rich for streaming. And he's AFK half of his streams because he's watching like cooking reviews or like he just puts on a random documentary from YouTube that he didn't even make. So all this stuff combined just seems really really weird.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, like he literally, when he does that, and the production company isn't getting a part of, like, they're not getting his view, therefore they're not getting the ad revenue for like the hundreds of people that are, or sorry, not hundreds, the tens of thousands of people that are watching his stream, then like he is not only stealing from them, but he's also what do you call it, like taking advantage of all of the workers who took part in that production and get a piece of the ad revenue. And so everything that he preaches against when it comes to taking advantage of labor, he's doing that every time. But I guess my thought is, I don't know what he's doing in the background, right? So maybe he's like actually contributing a lot to charities, and like, or he's helping like startup co-ops, or like, I don't know. I have absolutely no clue. Now, say like he's got a bunch of editors, he's got a bunch of mods that he pays on Discord, on Twitch, on YouTube. He's got a bunch of people working for him, and he's not running it like a co-op, then like I would say that would be the biggest problem of anything he could possibly do, is if he is not actually socializing his workplace, then like he's a piece of crap. Like that's about as grifty as it could possibly get.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to turn his entire company over to the workers. Like
Right.
I think he should make some effort to, like, like you said, democratize what he's doing a little bit. Like I follow, so I go biking sometimes, and I don't really go mountain biking yet, but there's this channel with these guys who do like really cool mountain biking trips on mountain biking courses. And these guys are very, very Republican, very conservative. But they had this idea with all the money they made from mountain biking that they wanted mountain biking that wasn't for money making. They wanted to make a public mountain bike park that would let people come in to bike for free. And they would fund it through like crowdfunding and through the money they made from their like YouTube channel that they shoot. And I look at that and I'm like, these guys care about biking. They don't make money from political whatevers. They don't care about the political ideology, but they care about biking, and they want everybody to experience this. So they're going to live out their values or whatever. They're going to live out what they love through doing this. And I feel like when you're covering hot topics and politics, like, I don't know, that one picture of him wearing the anarchy shirt that says like "eat the rich" or "tax the rich" or whatever, it is just funny. It is like a funny thing in general. And I don't need him to, like, you already know I'm not a hardcore super lefty socialist type or whatever. But it's just like frustrating to see the people who are sort of not caring to, like, you don't even have to call them out. It's just like, where is the conversation going? What is not even to be expected, but what is like, what would a decent person do with that much money if they really cared about all these things? If the mountain biking guys that I watch can take their money to start their own public mountain biking park, why couldn't Hassan, take the lesser Twitch deal so he can show his audience less advertisements or whatever?
Yep. Yeah. Like I said, I think he can be rich. I think he can be as rich as he wants. I think that he needs to like use that money to actually live out his values and or at least forward his values, because if not, then he's just a freaking grifter. And I think that that's most of these socialists, is that they're just a bunch of people who want to look as though they are high and mighty and super moral. And I talk about this all the time, like when it comes to like donating to charities or donating time to charities. Right wingers donate a lot more of both of those things, time and money, while also making less money than lefties, and then a lot less than leftists. And there's a problem.
Definitely with online people, because I know a lot of people IRL that are like really into like activism and getting on the ground and all that stuff, but 100% with the online stuff. You're correct.
Well, no, there's actual like polls and studies that show that like Republicans donate a lot more money to nonprofits and charities than Democrats do. But yeah, so like they'll like vote for Bernie Sanders once every 4 years or something like that, and then tell everybody else who doesn't that they're a piece of crap and that they hate the poor and that they don't actually want to help people. Meanwhile, those people that they're saying that to are out actually helping people. Like they're the ones who are doing the work in the meantime. If you think that your solution is what helps things, great, but it's not happening. So like you gotta do something else in the meantime, and they don't. They just say, well, I vote for universal health care, so like I'm doing my part. It's like, no, dude, like there's a bunch of people who need health care in the meantime, and there's a lot of charities and a lot of nonprofits who work to help people get health care, and you're doing absolutely nothing to help them do that. So it's just a lot of virtue signaling.
Well, I'd have to look at the numbers that you're talking about at some point with when it comes to charity, because a lot of the charity that is kicked up has to do with community organizations, and those community organizations usually have to do with like churches and stuff. So that usually becomes a really easy hub to get people organized around like a certain cause.
That's true.
In communities, and isn't it true that like lefties or whatever in America attend church a lot less than people on the right?
Yeah, no, that's definitely true.
Really
like they are. No, churches are a big like part of why they're donating to. To charity at a higher rate, but churches are nonprofits, and so like they work with a lot of other charities. So like my dad was a pastor, my brother's a pastor, my other brother is going to be a pastor. Like all of their churches work with other charities, and they pay their bills, they pay their staff, and then the rest of it goes to some sort of charity that they work with. So like my brother's working with a place in Haiti that's still rebuilding after the earthquake from like 5 years ago. My dad's worked with some pro-life organizations. There's all sorts of different organizations that churches work with to fund and donate to and make sure that they are taken care of. So like when we say like, yeah, it goes to churches, sure, but like it's not all of it. And in the studies, they actually talk about this. The one thing that I don't like about the studies is they say at the end that they can't know for sure the motivations behind right-wing donations. And then they like kind of allude to the idea that it's all for like philanthropy and to get something back out of it, and to to get some sort of like power leveled up or whatever. Like they allude to a bunch of different things, but like they're only saying that because they don't know why they're donating to it, and then they come up with a bunch of incentives. And I think like it's really irresponsible for a study to do if you're saying we have absolutely no idea why they donate this money, so we're going to make up a bunch of reasons. It's like, well, like at no point did you mention like maybe they just want to help people. Like that wasn't in there. You just you just came up with a bunch of freaking incentives for them to donate to charities, but didn't think of the main one that most people use. Like,
well, I'd have to see what they consider charities as well. If it includes like political organizations, that'd be difficult because like the NRA and pro-life organizations would get funded a lot. One thing I have noticed in my own personal life, more conservative-minded people seem more likely to donate money up front, but then more liberal-minded people will be okay with paying like higher taxes, for example, and they'll vote for politicians who are going to make them pay higher taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing you can say about that, which doesn't necessarily mean the conservative-minded people are being good, is because they like that dopamine hit. They like the good feeling of, hey, it feels a lot better to say I gave $100 to this children's hospital versus I'm now paying $100 more in taxes. That's going to go to whatever program we're funding. So that's one thing to look at, because I'm not going to make any moral judgments on liberals or conservatives based on that. But that's one thing that study probably wants to track in the future.
Okay, well, I gotta go to sleep soon. I gotta finish this video real quick. I appreciate you jumping in. I completely destroyed you in this debate, bro.
You did. I think I'm gonna send me the unlisted stream VOD. I'll clip this out and put it up as a segment video thing.
Okay, cool.
Right.
Feel better, man.
All right, thank you.
Oh yeah, did you watch my debate with Tyler Bluntman?
No, I saw. Is that the one you were going over?
Yeah, I was going over it.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that.
There's only like 8 minutes that actually matter, because those are the 8 minutes that made like all the difference for the rest of the debate. And he,
that guy. I saw.
Yeah,
a decent amount of that. I remember now.
Yeah, like right after he kind of just waved the white flag and was like, "Well, I don't feel like having this debate anymore." I'm like, bro, you were never debating in the first place. Shut up. Like,
just there to laugh and act smug.
Yeah, well, no, he wanted to ask a bunch of gotcha questions in hypotheticals. So, like, every time I'm taking him down a line of logic to kind of get to his like main answer or his main idea, and every time he is on offense, he's asking me like gotcha hypotheticals, like, well, would you rape one woman to save 5 women from getting raped? And I'm like, yeah, I guess. Like, oh, you would rape a woman, bro? That's so messed up. You're a freaking rapist. Like,
one of those.
Yeah. And then he posted all over TikTok and Instagram, and then I get a bunch of harassment from 15-year-olds mad at me. So yeah.
That reminds me of when Destiny and Vosh debated, sort of like the Hassan thing. When Destiny brought out the example, and Vosh agreed with it, when Destiny said, is it morally neutral to be a slave owner in the South when slavery was legal? And Vosh said, yeah. I feel that connects directly to the Hassan thing, I think. Or
so I actually,
pretty directly.
I was afraid that he was going to bring that up because somebody started to bring it up, and I thought, I don't know, I haven't thought that one through with this line of argument, because we weren't talking about morals, but we were talking about legality and how things should work within the legal system that we're currently in. And I kept thinking, if they bring up slavery and say, well, oh, no, that's right. They did bring up slavery in it. They ended up botching that one. Okay, never mind. All right.
Well, I'll talk to you another day.
All right.
When I'm back at the studio. Have a good one.
All right, later, bud. All right, let's get back to the Josie video. And then I got to go to sleep. I do need to finish this video though, because we got this far into it. We didn't even finish
why would we not want?
We didn't finish the Destiny video or anything. you.
I had to deal with that fallout and be the compassion for my friends. Streaming for me and a lot of people and a lot of female content creators I know is a hobby. This is something that we do to unwind and entertain and have fun with you, the communities. This isn't a space where we're supposed to fight for our own ability to have an opinion just because you're a female and you're a the space. Now, I'm not going to talk about specifics about we've already talked about the specifics ad nauseum of what happened here, what happened there, as far as the actual allegations and the things that were said. But really, I want to talk about one critical thing, and I want to talk about the larger narrative that exists. The larger narrative of what we should be talking about. Regardless about the rumor here, the gossip here, the circle here, the Twitter here, we need to be talking about the actual issue of rape culture. We need to talk about the issue that no matter what anyone would say, no matter who it was, if it's a female making an allegation in any way, it leads to condemnation of the accuser. It goes to conspiracy theories. And really what it really boils down to is just like, it's just a simple mistake. They misread each other. Like, it's just the way that it happened. It's just, it was just a misunderstanding. It's just a mistake. I am tired of sexual harassment being a simple mistake any fucking man can do, okay? Because I don't know any women that are mistakenly sexually harassing men. And there are too many people in the Twitch space. There are too many people in the Twitch space that relate with the narrative of, it was just a mistake, it was a misunderstanding. And then they look the other way because it may happen to them. Because to allow that type of behavior leads to the pervasive and tacit approval of rape culture. That is completely okay. And it's nothing more than I'm sorry, I just misunderstood. I'm sorry you didn't take all of my sexual explicit advances. I'm sorry that I didn't get a message that I was coming on too strong. What happens when we're talking about consent? Where it's up to the woman to say, no, stop. Why can't it be yes means yes? Why can't it be that way? Why is the burden always straddled on the woman to have the courage to say, no, that's enough? And if we don't do it, we're wrong. And if we do it, we may lose our positions. Because a lot of times, these situations happen in a power coercive environment where power dynamics exist. Politics and entertainment are full of it. Where there are people who are celebrity or people who have influence, and the people with political influence hold all the chips. And then when somebody wants to assist in the cause of whatever it is, from be it the entertainment, to create your own platform, to be your own actress, I think we all know where I'm going there with Harvey Weinstein and all those types of situations, to to just brush off being groped by a politician that you work for, with Andrew Cuomo. And the thing that pisses me off the most about this whole situation is everybody trying to play it off like it's just Twitch, it's just small, it's just Prime's not that big of a creator, it's not all of those type of things. But the reality is, this is where it all starts. Why does it have to matter when it's a big high-profile politician? Why does it have to matter when it's a big high-profile actress or actor, or producer that abuses somebody, and then we all start paying attention? But the second, when somebody that has no power, no real influence, is at the end of the rope, and we should not criticize how somebody decides to share their story, okay? We should be thankful that people are willing to be that brave, to show a light on the scum underneath the mat of what it looks like to be a woman in this community. We should be thankful that this information, and this can be a valuable learning for everybody involved. This is an opportunity for our community to grow, not to turn against each other. This is a time for us to be able to heal, and that includes Prime Ties. Because people don't realize when a woman is abused, it ripples.
You know that fresh made-to-order salad you've been craving? What if you could get it with...
Because women, more likely than not, any woman that you know has been abused or harassed in some way at any stage of their lives. Awakening trauma, awakening pain, causing mental health crises across our entire platform. But everybody cares about the he said, she says. Doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is somebody got hurt. And it rippled to hurt many women across our community. Having to deal and talk and deal with it myself, shedding tears myself today.
thinking about, why do I do this if this is the way it's going to be? Why participate in this platform if the friends that I meet and care about are abused and battered? I'm a hairlines away from not being under the same dog pile that happened. I don't understand why I'm not being called out. What's happened today, the aftermath of what happened, we should all be ashamed that we should allow this type of behavior to procreate and grow like a wildfire. Where powerful influencers were influencing other smaller streamers to come back and retract their initial statements. When the initial reactions to hearing a woman being abused should be outrage and anger. No one should have to apologize for that. Nobody should be pulling back statements saying, I got emotional. F that. And that's what it is. The fact that we have to deal with this on a constant basis. The fact that we have to just deal with it when it was something that we could have all learned from in our community. Instead, it devolved into the egos of men. There was only one man today that I saw that had a decent and humane take of the whole situation, and that is, I'm really important, I. I was working all day, but I had Twitch switching through different content creators that were men talking about this topic. And there was only one man, one, that had a humane position on the idea of what was going on and saying, you know what? The women in this space should be banding together and fighting back. And we are. And it doesn't look aggressive and debate bro-y and all this stupid like stuff being thrown out. No, it's solidarity. That's how we fight back as women. Solidarity, period, end of story. Because that's more powerful than some effing goddamn debate bro going online saying the worst kind of shit about women. We're not gonna take this shit anymore. Because the women on the panel yesterday did nothing more than talk about the nuances of sexual harassment in some instances of this particular case. And it's hurting people because of the fallout of doing nothing more than explaining the experience of what it's like to be a female on this platform. And guess what? We were effing right because there's so much pain that has happened after that.
Wait, they're talking about the feminazi panel? What does she mean they did nothing more than, like... They accused Destiny of being a groomer. After Prime apologized numerous times and said that he knows he did something wrong, they ended it and said, well, he didn't apologize and he refused to admit that he was wrong. Like... The statement, they did nothing but talk about women's issues, is objectively incorrect.
God forbid the girls get together and start talking about sexual harassment on the platform that we're all on and we all share. How dare us? I know I'm mad. And I just finished an entire workday and I just got off work literally an hour ago. But I had to come on and speak the truth of what this actually is. Because we've got to talk about the systemic issues of implicit rape culture. Where we pass off sexual harassment as a simple mistake. Oops, I misread the situation. Sorry for sexually harassing you. What?
I think rape culture might be a little bit of a stretch when we're talking about two people texting each other.
Too many people relate with that statement and they just look the other way and say, well, they shouldn't have brought it out in the public. Why didn't this get handled behind closed doors? Because you know what? It's up to the survivor. It's up to the person who was abused to tell their story in any way they can. It's like saying, why do protesters go to the street and block an intersection? Don't they know that's working against their cause? I don't know. Is it our place to tell people who are distressed, to tell them how they're supposed to protest, to get their words across?
No, it's not that they should have handled it behind closed doors. It's that she should have, at some point, even like when she was quitting, said, hey, I felt sexually harassed by you. I felt uncomfortable, or you made me feel uncomfortable with the things that you were saying. And so that's why I'm leaving. Or that's why we can't be together. Or, something like that. Or I tried telling you, just something like she should have told him something blunt to let him know how it was that she was feeling. And she didn't do that. Instead, she just said, like, I quit, I'm tired of this abuse, and blocked him, right? To where she didn't hear his side at all, and just, like, came out with a narrative that was incorrect and untruthful. And so, I don't think it's, I think that there's blame to go around, but I don't think that the way that she's framing this is actually correct.
So, I'm sorry I'm not catching up the chat here. Hey, City Cat, how are you? I'm glad you're here. It's me, Natalie. Nice, thank you for being here. Thank you to all of you that are being here and participating in this conversation. So, we need to talk about not the actual circumstance, but we got to talk about why it continues to happen.
Okay. There's an hour left in this. I don't have time to go through another hour of this. I'm just going to send her a message and see if she'll come on tomorrow. And we'll talk about it. Yeah, I guess outside of that, I'll be back on tomorrow night. So yeah, till then, appreciate you, love you, and I'll see you next time. Later, fools.